everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mude. I'm a climate action coordination intern at the South African Climate Action Network, and we are hosting this workshop. So what is the objective of the workshop today? So our Youth Climate Champions Bootcamp cohort of 2022 are currently writing a position paper. And our position paper is really exploring youth engagement in climate policy in South Africa. So you're going to hear presentations from our writing team from the bootcamp cohort, the main argument team that will argue that youth are not being meaningfully engaged in climate policy in South Africa. And you will hear from the counter argument team that will actually argue that youth are in fact being meaningfully engaged in climate policy in South Africa. So that will be the first session that will take us to lunch. After lunch, we'll have presentations from our experts. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Apologies. After lunch, we'll have presentations from our experts. They'll be talking to us about national climate policy. They'll be talking to us about global climate policy and local climate policy, highlighting specifically gaps and opportunities for youth engagement. So at the end of those presentations, we're hoping to have calls to action for policymakers with regards to youth engagement in climate policy in South Africa. So we'd really love for this to be a very interactive session. I hope that we haven't annoyed you too much by starting late and that you'll still be able to engage with us. We'd really just want to make sure that our writing teams from our bootcamp cohort are really being exposed to a wide variety of thoughts and understandings on this particular subject matter. So I'm going to hand over to our Civil Society Engagement Officer from the WWF. She's going to give a brief overview of the CAAP project and YCC. Shengi?
Morning, everyone. I'm Shengi Wekadebe. I work at WWF as a Civil Society Engagement Officer. I work primarily on the Climate Ambition to Accountability Project, which is the reason why we're here. So the Climate Ambition to Accountability Project, as the name says, is that our hope is to move from ambition in the policies that we currently have in South Africa to more implementation and accountability. And how we're wanting to do that is to engage with civil society organizations and youth in South Africa so that there's more capacity around the issues of climate change, just transition. And in that way, civil society organizations and youth can then work together to engage with government on how they can hold government accountable around the implementation of climate change policies and just transition. The Climate Ambition to Accountability Project is a partnership between WWF South Africa, the South African Climate Action Network, as well as the Institute for Economic Justice. It's a 4-year project, and we are about to enter year 3 as of April 2023, and we are funded by the European Union as well as FIDA. This part of the workshop falls under the Youth Climate Champions program, which is part of the project, and the aim of the Youth Climate Champions program is to get as many young people as possible in understanding the issues of climate change and having more young people engaging on issues of climate change, particularly not just engaging with each other, but also engaging national government. So why we came here today is a position paper, that we want a position paper that we can present to national government and say, this is what young people are saying. So that's why we're here today, and I'm not going to take up any of your time. Looking forward to hearing all of our voices in this issue today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shengi. Okay, so before we begin, because I think you can see on the screen, we have our first presentation will be from our main argument writing team. We just want to establish some rules of engagement. So, hearing from the floor, you can also pop a message in the chat and we will take note of those. How would we like to engage today? So if you can write in the chat, or in the room, you can raise your hand and Ivana will take note of that. So rules of engagement. Do we want to be considerate? Do we want to be understanding? And such. Okay, I don't want to give them all because now I'm dictating the rules. So you need to give the rules. If we could please make some suggestions, please online, please write them in the chat as well so that we can keep track of them. Okay, any hands? Rules of engagement. How would you like to be treated today? Yes, Respectfully. Okay. I'm going to start picking on you guys. Now I know your names. I'm going to pick on you. Tell me, how would you like to be treated today?
Yeah, I think I'd like for everyone to be free.
Free. Okay. Yefan, how would you like to be treated today?
I guess the point was raised already around respect.
Okay. Zahir?
I wanted to be treated nicely. Be my friend.
Okay. Okay, yes. How would you like to be treated today?
I would like to be treated equally.
Equally. That's good.
Chat is disabled. Please tell them they can put it on the Q&A.
Oh, okay. Please feel free to mention anything in the Q&A because the chat has been disabled. So we'll work on disabling the chat for the rest of the session.
I would like to be accommodated.
You like to be?
Accommodated.
Accommodated. Okay. Do you have any more? Okay, do you have any more rules of engagement? Yes, Fanny?
May everyone please participate?
Active participation. Okay.
Yes.
That's solid. You have a hand?
We'll ask online also.
Okay. Do we have anything from our community online? Anyone who's joined online? Okay. Let's see.
My comment is that let's not leave out people online in the discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and again, in the spirit of engaging everyone online, please use the Q&A function. As we try to enable the chat. Okay, do you have one last thing?
I don't know how to phrase it properly, but I think the openness to agree on difference of opinion.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
I don't know if this will count, but let's be cool.
Okay, let's be cool. All right, let's try our best to be cool. Okay. We don't have any, being open-minded. Open-minded, Ivana?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for letting us know, those of you who might have challenges with load shedding. Clearly, this is a universal issue today. But we'll do our best to keep all of these principles in mind. And so this also means that if you feel as though these are not being adhered to, we will very nicely try to remind everyone that this is supposed to be a good space for everyone to voice their opinions. And we're really here to develop something together, right? So yeah, let's just keep that in mind. Without wasting any more time, I'm going to hand over to our main argument team. Zianda, are you ready? Okay, so Zianda will be coming over here to present. Nathma is online and will be answering questions should they arise.
All right, so the main argument is that the youth is not being engaged in a meaningful way or contributing to decision-making when it comes to climate change policies. So my team, who are we? Well, we are the first elected WWF climate change champions of 2022 with that cohort. And we comprise of professionals, students in different spheres, collaborating our resources, our skills and knowledge to bring about meaningful change. Our youth taking action to increase our role in policy and decision-making processes that will impact our futures. Most importantly, we're future leaders, caretakers, and inheritors of the land. Our objective. Our objective is to transform surface-level engagement to meaningful engagement, ensuring that South African policymakers are engaging youth when it comes to policy development and implementation, as well as creating platforms and channels that empower the voices of youth in climate change-related matters. We also aim to gain greater youth representation in government and policy-making bodies and processes, establish youth leadership within organizations through employment, volunteering, internships, opportunities, as well as creation of platforms where youth can contribute to climate change discourse. Now, the difference between meaningful and surface level engagement. Meaningful engagement is rich in opportunity and it provides space, resources, and support. It also transforms potential into action, whereas surface level engagement has active hosts and a passive receiving audience, which is devoid of opportunities to voice ideas, thoughts, and objections. Surface engagement of the youth. So what influence does public policy creation? What influences public policy creation rather? It is a complex and multifaceted public policy engagement process reflecting the interests of public opinion, economic conditions such as employment, relevant scientific findings, technological advancements, and political activity, amongst others. Surface engagement of the youth in a South African context. Now, to look at youth surface level engagement in a South African context, we have to look at the numbers of youth in South Africa in terms of population, employment, and significant governmental roles that the youth occupies. Youth in South Africa is categorized as those between the ages of 14 and 35. Out of the 40, over 60.1 million people falling within the working age range, 51% are categorized as youth. The unemployment rate for youth ages 15 to 24 stands at 63.9% and 42.1% for ages 25 to 34. The Parliamentary Monitoring Group shows that only 9% of the National Assembly members are 35 years or younger, and the average age for the members has been established as 59 years old. Now, in a global study by Plan International, it was revealed that out of 86% of young people that have participated in a climate change initiative, only 6% have taken part in national or global policy processes, such as the annual United Nations Conference, also known as CAAP. Only 3% of the surveyed population has adequate knowledge of local climate policies, processes, and strategies, indicating that the relevant information is not readily available and accessible to youth. Globally, youth voices and their experiences, observations, and perceptions about climate and environmental change and variability are relatively absent in the published literature to date. A survey conducted by the Center of Social Development in Africa at the University of Johannesburg in 2019 revealed that the youth have lost faith in democracy, lost their faith in delivery of socio-economic transformation required to meet our needs. Deep cynicism about formal political processes, indicating a distrust of leaders and political structures and processes like voting and political party membership was reported as a growing trend amongst youth. Now, the above figures which I was listing are from different organizations, and they were in relation to youth involvement and participation in different spheres. And they prove as evidence that there is disproportionate youth representation and engagement. With low representation of youth in spheres that govern the policy process creation, it becomes evident that there is a lack of meaningful youth engagement at all respective levels. Now, the impact of meaningful youth engagement.
Which slide are we on?
Impact of meaningful youth engagement.
Sorry,
Just go further down.
yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry.
No problem. So the impact of meaningful youth engagement as opposed to surface level engagement means that meaningful youth engagement means that the youth will be able to understand climate change, what it means and what it costs. With understanding, they'll be able to participate better because it starts from a point of understanding. You can't really participate and be able to advocate for something that you don't understand. If you don't understand the costs, if you don't understand what the future holds. So understanding is very important. And successful adaptation requires full involvement of all stakeholders. This includes the youth, hence understanding. Policy processes are a good starting point to ensure implemented policies and laws that govern investment, economics, and political development that meet the needs of the youth. So meaningful engagement of youth in climate policy processes translates to meaningful socio-economic, political, and environmental decision-making. According to Bernardo Muller's analysis of public policies, policies of high value are reflective of rich understandings. They attract support, successful implementation, and have less resistance from the public. Tetlock's 20-year experience highlights that more experts do not necessarily yield positive results in complex systems. And research in social sciences indicate that when public policies come into play, people like the youth will examine the positive and negative implications they will be subjected to and then react strategically. This position paper hopes to ensure that there is urgent prioritization of South African youth as policymakers and significant stakeholders, and that the rights of self-determination and survival of the future generations be upheld, and the needs of the youth be understood and accounted for when it comes to decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deanda, for that. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? This is now the Q&A section. So we really need you guys to engage with what has been presented.
Oh, sorry, I just want to already and say that Natma's on the line in case you guys have questions. I can take some of them, but Natma's also participating, so she can also take some of them.
Okay, just to repeat, in case you've been far from the in case you're too far from the speaker, please note that Natma, our team leader for this writing team, she is joining online. So if you have a question online, please pop it in the Q&A and she'll be able to answer online. So in person, we can also accommodate everyone here. Do you guys have questions? Please come closer to the microphone.
Okay. So I just have, I think, one or two questions. One relates to the so you mentioned surface level engagement. I don't actually know what that means. Maybe if you can, elaborate on the surface level engagement. And another thing is that there's so you talk about meaningful engagement, right? So, and I think a lot of people on the ground, especially youth, especially senior level government officials or policymakers, they say that the youth in Africa or even in South Africa is sleeping, right? So how do we engage the sleeping youth meaningfully? Because I see that you touch a lot of basis on doing meaningful stakeholder engagement with the youth. So I just want to understand the link between doing it and meaningful stakeholder engagement at the same time. Whereas, like, for example, the sleeping youth part is that most youth don't even understand what climate change is, right? So I just want to understand, for example, we engage youth, but how do we meaningfully engage them? Do we have to first educate them later on, say that this is meaningful because they're educated now and they can contribute, meaningfully into the just transition or the climate change discussion. So I just want to, get, for example, where you stand in terms of, meaningful and sleeping youth.
Can I just say, before we give you guys a chance to speak, I think I'd like to frame the session as more of a discussion between everyone in the room. So I don't think these questions necessarily are directed at you guys. I mean, who has the answers, I think there's a lot of different opinions in the room, and I think we're all allowed to respond to the questions and ask the questions. So yeah, please, everyone, feel free to engage on that.
I guess it's to add.
Please project.
Do they need to see me?
No.
Okay. I guess it's just to add to what the gentleman was asking. I also wanted to actually get clarification on this engagement and position paper will be directed at youth at this table and those that have means, technically. But those on the ground, those unemployed people are not going to engage. They don't have time. They don't have the passion that we do. So how do we get to them? Maybe just to add to what he said, and that's just open to everyone. How do we actually get to the grassroots and those civil society that are in the communities where they'll make the difference?
Oh, Nathaniel's looking to answer a question.
Okay.
So, okay, I just want to say, with regards to one of, I don't know whose question this is response to, but a team leader would like to respond. So I'll give Nathaniel the space, and then we can get back. Nathaniel, you can speak.
Okay, hi everyone. There's obviously a few questions and brilliant questions. I think I'm gonna target the first one, but obviously I could be incorrect and everyone should just weigh in if they disagree with me. I think it's very important to focus on what exactly is surface level engagement and make that distinguishment between surface level engagement and meaningful engagement. And I think the answer is also in the third question, essentially. What one of the participants brought up, or the questions brought up, is that everyone is so busy, and the individuals or the youth are so busy trying to see to their basic needs, essentially, that they don't have time, they don't have energy, they don't have knowledge to engage in particular processes that need to take place in order for changes to happen. And I think that kind of shows us that we do have surface level engagement. So surface level engagement is when we basically can see that people are asking us to kind of engage, asking us to give our viewpoints, but they're not really taking on board our viewpoints and putting it into action. It's almost like we are invited to conferences, and we see this at CAAP as well, where there's youth representation and an increase of it, but the youth don't really have a voice. Or when they do have a voice, years later, we find out that things that they proposed or things that they wanted implemented never came to fruition, essentially. And that's what we want to change. And the reason why we need to change it is obviously to target the third question of how we can kind of reach the individuals that most need this changes. And the policy process, or creating a proposition paper, is where individuals that have passion, that do have a bit of time to spare, can kind of bring all these views, can bring all, or bring an understanding of what the youth is currently facing, and bring it into this proposition paper, so we can kind of formulate it into a paper that has scientific evidence and scientific backing behind it, so it can get the consideration that it needs to be given at the government level and obviously at a global level. I think I'm just going a bit off track, so I'm just gonna leave that response, and then I can address the others. Maybe somebody can just give me some feedback before I continue, because I don't want to go into a monologue.
So the next person to speak, who's got their hand up online, is Jody. Please go for it.
Jody, are you with us? We've allowed you to unmute your mic.
Awesome. Yes. Are you guys able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks so much, everyone. So I'm Jody Brown. So I'm in the Climate Change Directorate in Western Cape Government. So really excited to be here and chat. I am a youth member, so being in a position in government, just and as sort of a policy maker, I just also wanted to pose some views for the purpose of the discussion in terms of meaningful engagement and surface level engagement. So a couple of points I wanted to sort of add and bring attention to is that now I think it's very important that we know how to access the different cohorts, or so I'm maybe also speaking from a government perspective, because I agree we need more meaningful engagement from youth, and we need to get that voice and more traction, make sure it's meaningful, that it's not just taken as a token. So I think things that will help with that is how do we access the youth? I think that's very important in some instances. So for example, there's a youth cohort speaking here today. So I think it's important that when we make different cohorts and groupings that we try and sort of create relationships from both sides between the policymakers and the cohorts, because it's very hard to sort of get that meaningful interaction in one-off engagements. And, there's a lot of challenges around budgets, etc. In terms of we can't always have a huge campaign when developing a climate change strategy, and something like that. So government budgets aren't always a lot of things have been cut. So how do we build that relationship so that there's meaningful engagement from both sides throughout, and there's sort of a channel or a direct pathway for communication? I think that's very important to ensure that we have that meaningful engagement. And I think also, just to add that, I think it's also not only about policymakers, it's also about, who are the individuals that we can also engage on how to address education and awareness on climate change. So especially us, when we've attempted to engage with youth on our Western Cape climate change response strategy, we've been informed from some of the youth organizations that, it takes a lot of time and effort to actually first capacitate the youth individuals on what climate change is, what the policy is, and then they can only get sort of meaningful comments or feedback on that particular piece of work. So how do we access the sort of education department or whoever sort of responsible that level of understanding can be developed sort of proactively as opposed to reactively when opportunities arise for comments. I think that is also really important, just to strengthen how we engage meaningfully. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you for that input. I'd just like to say, because we're sort of strapped for time, I won't necessarily open up responses to what you've just said, Jody, but we've taken it down. Just want to give an opportunity to another member of the writing team to respond to what has been said. So Bomboni, you can speak.
Thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of the contributions and the questions that have been raised are aligned with some of the questions that we were confronted by as we were doing this. But I want to say that I think policy making and policy making in general is a phrase that I think typifies the issue, or the issue with science communication. And I mean, policymaking is not just a science matter, but I think it's one of those phrases that when you communicate with the average individual, the layman, they may not necessarily understand what it translates to and what it communicates. As far as climate change in itself is concerned, I don't think that I mean, sure, the masses are still, there's still a good percentage of youth that is unaware, but I think a lot of people and a lot of youth have come to be familiarized with the concepts, what it means, etc. I live, my mother's house is in a village, and I was very surprised to find out that they are having discussions about climate-related work at the community hall, and people actually showed up. So that tells me that there's some level of awareness with regards to climate change, and it's actually like just in theory and what it means. But I think that the focus needs to be on communicating what policy making is to youth. So doing, whether that means conferences, one-day conferences, webinars, seminars, whatever, to break down what it actually means and to highlight how policy making in its actual form gives a lot of power, or at least a lot more influence, to the stakeholders who are involved, and to make the youth aware that this is potentially the best way in which we can enforce/enact change at any level of governance. And I also think that a key feedback that we received while we're drafting the document was, outside of job creation, how does this affect, other parts of civilization and your ability to participate in the economy. And as you go through the literature, and I mean, even just thinking about it practically, so the implications of climate change not only rest on, it's not just a carbon dioxide levels issue, it's the price of food, right? It's agriculture, it's sea levels, which affects fishing, it's all these nuances that are attached to it. And I think that a big part of how we can approach the conversation moving forward is making sure that whether it's just a conversation about climate change or policy making, we tie it all together and communicate effectively how it is inextricable from all the other parts of our livelihoods that, you know, we are so dependent on. So I think that's maybe one of the things that we can, or two of the things that we can try to do moving forward with this conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Just want to make everyone aware that the chat is working. So a message has just been sent in the chat. So apologies that the Q&A was the only way for you to communicate, but the chat is now working. So do we have any responses to what has been said? Any responses in the room? And then we will take some of the points in the Q&A. Guys, you put up your hands and you put them down. Okay. Who's going first?
Okay, I'll go.
Okay, please come speak closer to the mic.
Sure. Do I need to introduce myself again? Or?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Zahir. I'm representing the Youth Policy Committee today. Mine are not necessarily questions, but they are responses, and they're more to stimulate discussion for today. And it's like a three-parter, so just bear with me. My first thing, and I think this is the one that I really would like an answer to, I suppose, a discussion is, what do we define as successful, meaningful engagement? Because meaningful engagement can obviously be very subjective to a lot of different people. I can be here sitting in this discussion and saying I'm being meaningfully engaged. Somebody else can be like, actually, it's youth tokenism. I'm just sitting at the table, but my opinion is not valued. Whereas someone else can be like, oh, I actually am feeling very valued. So what's necessarily defined as successful, meaningful engagement, and how do we then evaluate that? If there's only a certain percentage of the youth population that's currently being engaged in climate processes, where do we move further from that, and what's defined as success? Are we going from 6% to 12%? Are we increasing by 100%? Are we just trying to get more awareness out there so that we can just get a lot more people knowing about climate change, and then it's like more up to them whether they choose to engage or not, depending on their different circumstances? Then the second part of this would be, what is the stance on current engagement processes? Obviously, this part of the argument is that we're not actually being meaningfully engaged, and I'm 100% in support, but there are processes that are being facilitated by government departments, by NGOs that are trying to get youth in the space, as example here today. So what is the current stance, and how do we feel about the ones that are currently happening? And if we're not happy with them, then where do we move forward from that? Because we can very easily tell an NGO, like a small NGO that's having a small meeting with 10 young people, oh, that's not actually meaningful engagement, but that's their starting point. And that's how they're getting into the process of getting to meaningful engagement. So where do we just sort of find that nexus of defining success, evaluating how we move forward? And then because it's such a subjective process, how do we actually define okay, you're being meaningfully engaged, you're not being meaningfully engaged. I get to tell you that you are and you're not. Yeah. So it's only 2 parts, not 3 parts.
Okay. I just want to say, firstly, before we engage with that, the second part of your question is more a question for the second, the counter argument team. It is, because the counter argument team will be engaging on that particular stance, right? Okay. So we can have that discussion then, not to limit your participation, but I'm just in terms of time. Yes. So the first point is then up to the floor. Do you guys have anything you want to say to that, or is it something that you would like to think about? And when we start to establish calls to action, you can think about, how do we measure success? Because what I'm hearing here is that you would like a monitoring and evaluation tool, which means we need to have indicators for success, right?
Not necessarily, but I think if we get a starting point of okay, in my mind, this is what I define as being success. Even if we get to monitoring and evaluation with indices at the end, that's fine. But just the starting point to be okay, we're here sitting at the table. There's this position paper that's being drafted. At what point do we say this process, this entire process that's been happening, is successful?
Okay.
I think that's just from my side, what's going through my head at the moment.
Okay. Okay. Yes, Leanda? You want to come closer to the microphone? Want to make sure everyone online can hear you?
Am I not projecting enough?
While she's making her way here, I just want to say the idea of indicators of success and a monitoring and evaluation tool sound like a whole other position paper. Sounds like something to work on.
Fair enough.
Yes. Yes.
I think someone else said it, and you said it as well. And obviously, as we hear, we've already worked on the position paper, but we're also learning and how to strengthen our stances and go forward. I'm revisiting what meaningful is right now, like he was saying. I think also to add on to meaningful, I feel like there should be more intent, so intentional and deliberate, because I feel like that makes it seem a bit more immediate. I know that in the past, as a country and as the world in general, we've faced pandemics and we've faced certain issues. For an example, HIV/AIDS, COVID. The response then is very meaningful, but also deliberate, intentional, because those are immediate. Those are threatening us now. Whereas with climate change, there is an idea maybe that we still have time. So we can sort this out. We have, our plans are like 10-year plans. Like, why was there no 10-year plan for COVID? Because that vaccine came up in like a year or so. So I think that the problem again is like, maybe with climate change, people are not, or the powers that be, policymakers, governments are not viewing it as serious a case as it is. So on top of meaningful interactions, I feel like they should be more intentional and more deliberate. So maybe cut down our 20-year plans to, okay, what's happening in this 5-year span and what have we been able to do that's tangible that we can point to. So on top of meaningful, I feel like intentional and deliberate. I don't know if those are the same words, but more urgent rather.
Urgent, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that, Zianda. We have one last question in the chat before we move on to our counter. Do we have an input?
Was it him, Jared?
Oh, okay, yes. Please come closer to the microphone.
Hi, my name is Sonia. I'd like to comment on what the gentleman said about successful engagement. I think it depends on where you come from as a person and how the information about climate change and just transition got to you. For me, it's successful in the sense that as a person who comes from the township, it's made me aware of the topic and made me aware that it's something that needs to be happening now. Just like the lady said, that perhaps we do need a more of a immediate breakdown, how we're gonna change things now instead of a 10-year thing. Because again, climate change, we learned about it in school, right? But it was always something that was seen from afar, like we're never gonna get there. We're never gonna be in a position where we need to change our lifestyles. But now as we are here and getting older, we're realizing that it's affecting us even more. So the success part of it is, I could give it like a 50%, and then there still needs more work to be done in the sense of implementing it on a day-to-day basis and how we live, and being at the bottom of in terms of what's this, economic privileges. It affects me more in terms of health and how our kids play like on a day-to-day basis and how they interact with such impacts on a day-to-day basis. So I think it needs, there's more that needs to be done, but it's going in the right direction, but we need it at a more present time. We need more now so that the going forward, the change is on a bigger scale and a bigger impact.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so before we hand over to the counter argument, I see that we have an input online. I would like to say, so we have some people who are participating in this workshop who are working with community-based organizations. I think that this is more of a question that you may be in a position to answer. How do you think that we can take this work that's happening here right now more to our local communities? So I don't know if you guys can see the question on the, or let me read it out loud. Okay, I'll read it out loud. Usually these workshops are advertised on social media platforms and our youth are influenced by many things. Someone can be on Facebook with the aim of checking posts, but ends up looking at pictures or following recent trends in paparazzi. How can such a workshop reach out to people then, like waste pickers, for example? These are people who are youth and who are working as waste pickers. Thank you. So I suppose then that's something for us to consider, how to translate our work in various areas.
Maybe a bit more, a bit of a more present and aggressive approach. I keep going back to this because I've seen the government work, I've seen organizations work, especially with issues like HIV and COVID. I know at what scale, like let's look at COVID, something more recent. Even HIV, as a child, I knew my friend with AIDS is still my friend, but I've never, okay, let me not say never, but the climate change adverts, I'm not seeing that. The HIV campaign was so in your face, so relatable. They had characters that were from the township. They had characters that people of color, they had the Montagalani Sesame, it was in your face, whether it's 8 p.m. generation time or it's 8 a.m. Tagalani Sesame time, there was no getting away from it. So I feel like the same approach then can be taken. During COVID, the government was able to mobilize to get into school because kids couldn't go to school. They were able to get into communities to check if people are vaccinated. There were door-to-door campaigns and so forth. So when something is a pressing and urgent matter, the government or the powers that be are able to pull the little resources that we have and scramble to activate, to push that. So I think in the sense as well, activation, aggressive activation, take it as serious as it is.
Thank you so much for that, Zianda. Irfan, you have an input?
Yeah, so I think
Do you want to come closer to the mic or can you project?
I have a teacher's voice.
Okay.
Okay. It's a response to some of the points, and I think that the last one piqued my mind a bit, because the idea of the HIV campaign and having it be out there as much as it was didn't come by chance. Government didn't just happen to realize that it was, a big issue. In fact, they were against it. If you recall, likes of Thabo Mbeki and during that administration, they in fact didn't do the work to get HIV treatment and all the other stuff out there. The missing link that I think we're not drawing is the level of organization that goes into this planning. So planning this mass campaign, planning how we run public awareness stuff, planning. So I think perhaps this level of coordination is good because it gets us thinking, but the application must link to, and perhaps the idea of local activations, local organized formations who can carry out this work is the key here. Because we can speak about wanting government to do something. If we don't build up the power and the base of people who can apply the pressure, none of that's going to change. So I would suggest that we think around this as a sort of, or driving us towards how do we organize better around the climate issue within different spaces so that when there's policy discussions, it's informed by the same people who are running this at the local level.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are now sort of strapped for time. Okay, Bomboni, we can give you 2 minutes. 11:25. We want to start with the counter argument. I'm sorry, guys, but we were sort of on a strict timeline. Apologies, please. Thank you.
No, it's okay. So I think obviously there are many nuances to this, and there's community engagement, and there's how we coordinate actually heading out to the youth and the neighborhoods across the country and everything. But I think if the question is what is an objective metric that we can use to say that we've succeeded in this regard, I think that the end goal for me looks like having young people actively representing these issues that we are presenting at a parliamentary level, at a legislative level. In the paper, we talked about youth councils and how youth councils are used or have been trialed in other countries. And these youth councils are the ones that would step in to actively serve as a voice for young people and comment and vote and lobby for whatever motion will be presented at hand to represent the youth across whatever country that was. So I think for me, the end goal would be having youth occupy such spaces at a legislative and parliamentary level.
Thank you, Bomboni. Thank you for that. I'd like to say, so when I mentioned that we're strapped for time, I don't necessarily mean we're closing inputs. We will be sending a Google form. This will allow for you to include anything that you feel as though you weren't able to say today in the particular moment, or thoughts that you have after the fact, right? So we're not closing the conversation. This is an open, ongoing conversation. Okay, we have one last comment before we finally give it to the counter argument team. Okay, Jody, are you?
Yes, no, thank you so much. I'm really loving all of these conversations, and I just really wanted to add, so I'm sitting here as a young person wanting to actively engage more youth in a position in government, and so a couple of things that I want to raise is also that, firstly, we shouldn't also just look for big changes as the ultimate answer. The small things also matter. So we aim for parliamentary action or that level, but there's local government, there's provincial government. So tapping into the strategies at those levels, if your municipality has a climate change strategy, pushing for that. If your province has one, pushing for that and getting involved in those spaces. And then also just speaking about, I think it's really important to put forward what is meaningful engagement. So the gentleman mentioned it earlier. So I think it's more than having a whole M&E component. I think it's more, just to flesh out. So in the position paper, when it's sort of written out, we need to not find, we will never find one solution. So it's maybe about breaking a number of tangible options down that we can put forward to government. Because, listening here, I'm loving all of these perspectives, but then I'm asking myself, okay, so now how do I action this? How do I reach the different people on the ground, being a willing person in government that actually wants to engage with youth? How do I do that? So I think it's very important that we sort of hash out and put forward tangible options. Yes, a public or national campaign would be great, but what are the smaller incremental things that we can sort of do to build up to that level? So I think that's just also really important going forward, just hashing out tangible options in our pursuit of the ultimate goal of meaningful engagement. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody. Thank you for that. Yeah, that's definitely something that we'll be taking note of and that the writing teams will be considering. I know that I had said we'll hand over to the counter argument team, but I see Tyler, you have raised your hand. Do you have a response to what has been said? Is it an old hand?
No, it's a new hand. I hope you can hear me. So thank you for that. So I just really wanted to echo what Jody and Zahir have said. So I'm someone who's been in the policy as a youth activist in the policy space for about 5 years now, and I've just completed my dissertation looking at youth policy participation in the country. And I think it is very important to define what meaningful youth participation is, because if I look back at my journey, I would have defined meaningful participation as, okay, cool, I'm in the room and they let me speak. But I think that definition has definitely changed over the 5 years. It's now not that, okay, I'm in the room and I said something, it's that they actually listened, which I think someone raised earlier. And so I think everyone has their own definition of what meaningful participation is. And at the end of the day, we need to combine that to understand what we as young people want, because we can't let government decide, okay, this is what meaningful participation looks like. We will let you in the room. So that's why I think Zahir's point of we need to define meaningful participation is really a big part of actually this discussion is how do we say, are they meaningfully engaged, and decide, yes, they are, no, they aren't, if we don't actually have a very clear, comprehensive definition of this is what meaningful looks like. Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I suggest, so we are going to hand over to the counter argument team, but please pop in the chat or the Q&A button what is your idea of meaningful youth engagement? Because, everyone is making points that we have different perspectives and different understandings. So if you would really like to take into consideration everyone's ideas, we do need to know what you're thinking. So please pop them in the chat, and ourselves and the writing team, we will be taking them into consideration.
Good morning, everyone. I hope that you're doing fine. My name is Fanny Mia. I'm with the YCC. I'm leading the counter argument. May you please look to the screen, sorry. Counter argument. Youth are being meaningfully engaged in policy processes in South Africa. Acknowledgements. I would firstly like to just make a comment, because when I took on this topic, kind of felt like I was captaining the Titanic, because as somebody indicated earlier before, that youth are not being meaningfully engaged. I would like to thank Kate Rezodumo and Kaisha Mukwato. These are some of my team members who essentially helped me get all the information that I'll be presenting to you. This was done through extensive research. I want to thank them for using their time, their resources, and showing dedication. Next slide, please. Introduction. It says, are youth meaningfully engaged in climate processes in South Africa? The answer is yes, but it cannot be denied that there are challenges limiting the levels at which the youth can contribute on more important stages of climate processes. I think somebody also touched on that, talking about surface level engagement. That is what I'm referring to. This remains prevalent even though the South African Constitution allows for meaningful stakeholder engagement in policy making. I have cited the source. You can go check it out if you want to make sure, which allows for youth to participate at early stages of policy making. For example, I think this position paper is one such opportunity where you can really make a change. Another critique on that, I know it's my own presentation, but it's very important to acknowledge when there are shortcomings or something. Although the Constitution does support for engagement, I feel like it needs to make it mandatory that at least in later stages, there have to be 1 or 2 youth voices. It has to be mandatory, right? Next slide, please. And then this is the slide where we try to define meaningful stakeholder engagement, which refers to the routine interaction with any relevant stakeholder, including those individuals that are affected by decisions, with the openness to adjust services based on their feedback. Again, I feel like it is at this point where we need to see more youth in more later stages of policy making and implementing. On the right-hand side of the slide, it says opportunity for stakeholder engagement have, however, been increased by democratic governance, the increasing degree of decentralization in decision-making, and the growing influence of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, community-based organizations, CVOs, and the private sector. The decentralization of things is very important, because back then things used to be just, okay, just the officials who are employed by the government, they essentially make the decisions and have the final say. But then now it's more diverse. They're looking, they're reaching, there's an outreach to people to be actively engaged. I will show that point a bit later on during the presentation. Next slide, please.
Sorry, guys. Apparently, the slideshow has not been moving. We were not aware that it's not moving online.
In the meantime, so that it's not like awkward silence. I think it is very important, and I also discussed that later on in the slides, that it is very important that youth are actually given opportunities to engage with organizations such as the WWF, CAAP, whatever. There's a definite need of diverse outreach. Some of these opportunities we just find them via online, via other connections. So we need to decentralize that thing. We need to make it more public. If you're going to take social media, let's expand on social media platforms. For example, TikTok is it's booming. It's TikTok, right? So why aren't we doing that? Why aren't we advocating or maybe advertising opportunities like that on TikTok? Make Instagram Reels. It's nice, short, convenient. Everybody can look at it. So we need to be more forward thinking in the way that we share this type of information and opportunities. Yes. So the PCC, or the Presidential Climate Commission, is a multi-stakeholder body established by the President of the Republic of South Africa to advise on the country's climate change response and to support a just transition to a low carbon, climate resistant economy and society. You can just check the resources that are cited there. During the development of the Just Transition Framework, the PCC invited written comments on the draft for the Just Transition Framework in March and April 2022. So this is last, it's something that's happening almost currently. So it's new information, right? Where 43 submissions were received from many stakeholder groups, including youth, which will be our focus for this engagement, labor, business, financial institutions, and all spheres of government, non-governmental organizations, and academia. The Just Transition Framework is for all social partners in South Africa across all sectors, with a strong focus on South Africa's youth as well as workers from part of informal economy. Now, another takeaway that we can just take away from this is that says there were written submissions, right? So I'll also talk about that somewhere in the conclusion, but I feel that it's important that I talk about it now. When we're talking about written things, we have to understand that you have to use certain grammar, certain register, because it's a formal setting. So to enhance or to make for better outcomes in engagement with written text, I feel like when initiatives like these are provided, there has to be training sessions that is to equip the youth to be effectively and functionally, contribute to the ongoing discourse in a meaningful way. Now we can just focus on the right-hand side of the slide. We're continuing. It says it can be argued that the youth has been meaningfully engaged in terms of climate change policy processes and contributing to decision-making. For instance, there was a large youth presentation during the COP27, which happened last year. The youth has been included and has participated in various high-level climate policy processes in recent years. There are also various organizations that have been established whose aim is to engage with the youth even further. These organizations include the South Youth Climate Action Plan, also known as SAYCAP, the Presidential Climate Commission, PCC, and the World Wildlife Fund South Africa, WWF, our host today, have conducted a climate ambition to accountability project, the one that the YCC falls under, that effectively participated to have youth, to ensure that youth are effectively participating in climate change governance. There are also other organizations that have some objectives. This, I think, kind of is like almost a response to some of the questions that you had. I think it was Mr. Langera who said, or somebody online, like, how do we mobilize? I think it was Judy. Like, if you're a person in the government, how do you then go out to people? You have to, in order for youth participation to be there, opportunities have to be given, because we are youth, we're young, we're still finding our way within the space, and not only within the space, but in the world in general. We don't necessarily have the connection nor the resources. So people in high-level places can really just reach out to the people, and that's when this will boost youth participation. Next slide, please. It says WITS University, Natural Justice. I'm assuming that is like a program at the University of WITS. Please just bear in mind that this information was not just composed by myself, but by also my team members, right? The University of Pretoria and the Center for Applied Legal Studies hosted a 2-day conference on the 17th and the 18th of November 2022, last year. That conference objective was to empower the youth, students, and young activists with knowledge and the necessary tools they might need when they need to use their voices and influence to fight for climate justice in South Africa. The South African Climate Change Champs, powered by the Green CAAP and the European Union, is an initiative that supports and enables constructive and collaborative engagement between communities, women, and the youth in terms of climate change mitigation and adaptation. Again, this just echoes to what I was saying previously when we came to this slide. It's when organizations or societies really give people the opportunity to interact. I think that can be like a threshold or maybe a standard that we can say, okay, maybe this is what could be classified as meaningful engagement. Yes, now we can just focus on the right-hand side of the slide. In making the Integrated Resource Plan of 2019, the government, through the Minister of Energy, Kwedamantashe, considered the general public in making this policy. The policy-making processes began with a draft that was made in 2018, where the public, which included young people, were invited to give suggestions on the generation of electricity to meet the growing demand and how to best implement those solutions. The draft was approved by the cabinet later in 2018. I think that's an error, but forgive us. The public were given more time to give a commentary as part of the policy making processes. Therefore, we can evidently see an engagement between the public and the top stakeholders in the policy making processes again. Again, this just also echoes to what I was saying previously. Next slide, please. The development of a green transport strategy for South Africa was also made through a democratic process of involving all parties that may be affected by the policy. As such, there was a partnership with agencies within the transport sectors that include SANRAL, PRASA, RAF, and CAA, to name just a few, in order to collectively contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and be engaged in policy. There are organizations that young people are actively involved as general employees or professionals, and as such, this would mean that they are engaged in the green transport strategy. Please focus on the right-hand side again now. It says the youth are faced with many challenges when advocating for steps to combating the impeding and enduring effects and causes of climate change. This is mainly because of their social position in the social hierarchies. According to a young activist and a member of the Earthchild Project, Eco Warriors, quote, "By not implementing policies that protect our environment, you are robbing us of an opportunity to end poverty and stealing our future." Close quote. This I got from an article by Mohuatle. It was written in 2020. By voicing her concerns about the adverse effects of not implementing policies that combat climate change, Yola Mohuana, an 11-year-old, by then obviously she's older now, is indirectly contributing to factors that ought to be taken into consideration when making policies. This is also achieved when larger social institutions such as the Earthchild and others in the climate change space introduce initiatives that get the youth involved and offers them a space to contribute to the wider and international discourse. Just to touch on the social hierarchy, what do I mean? Social hierarchy, just imagine a nice triangle, right? So the youth would mainly be at the bottom of the social hierarchy triangle because they are young. And then at the very top, we have your legislative people, the president, or just any adult, who's the often people or youth are often not taken seriously because we're regarded as being young. So that's another issue that has to be tackled. Another way that you can tackle this is, I forgot to include it in the slide, but I was doing research yesterday, is introducing an app, because almost everyone has a smartphone. You could introduce an app where youth can voice their opinions on the state of South Africa in terms of such issues, and comments on that apps could be actually taken seriously. That's another way to combat that. Yes, thank you. May we please go to the next slide. Project 90 by 2030 is an organization which aims to reduce South Africa's carbon emission by 90% by the end of the decade. After joining the project, Ayaka Melitafa, 19 years old by then, she joined the African Climate Alliance, where she successfully organized a climate strike in 2019. She has represented South Africa as the World Economic Forum's Davos agenda. And according to Melitafa's opinion, quote, "I want people to know that not only privileged people are aware of climate change," close quote. I got that from an article by Mlaba written in 2021. It is also clear that the issue is diversely understood and experienced. Thus, voices from diverse backgrounds are being given a platform to being heard. Just on Melitafa, I did research on her. She is one of South Africa's young leading activists. I was also surprised to find out that she's also in the PCC as a youth member, which is a very good thing. But unfortunately, there are, out of the 35 commissioners in the PCC, I tried asking GA if there were 5, but then I only found out that it was her. So it's another problem again, that within this climate change space, especially in a commission commissioned by the president himself to mitigate problems associated with climate change, that there's only one youth voice in an entire commission of 35 people. It is very unfortunate, and that needs to change. Let's focus on the right-hand side of the slide. Last but not least, the YCC Bootcamp, which falls under the Climate Ambition to Accountability Project, CAAP, hosted by the World Wildlife Fund, WWF, in Gauteng 2022, last year in October, was an initiative that empowered and trained youth leaders with an interest in climate change, climate policy, and climate activism to ensure youth engagement and participation in climate action and policy processes. That is I got that information from an article by Naidu written in 2022. By giving a platform to diversity of voices as well as equipping them with valuable skills, the project is yet another way the South African youth has and is proactively engaged in climate change policy making. It is through such initiatives that the youth acquire the knowledge and skills relevant to partake and enhance their voices in influencing policy making processes. Again, it just kind of echoes to what I was saying a bit earlier on, that these organizations have to reach out to the youth to get them engaged. Not to say that we are not engaged, but then the level of engagement right now is not satisfactory, and there's still room for improvement. Please move on to the next slide.
The transition technique.
Yes, that brings us to our conclusion. Like I was saying almost entirely during this presentation, initiatives like the ones mentioned above done by the PCC, Earthchild, and CAAP, to name just a few, are key opportunities for youth to engage with larger bodies in climate change space involved in climate policy literature processes, including skills training programs during those initiatives can prove useful for for youth engagement, investing in skills such as formal writing, research methodologies, will essentially provide youth with the capacity to engage with vital aspects of policy making, and also eradicating in the long future the surface level participation of youth. Next slide, please.
Okay.
Yeah, then the next slide was just a thank you slide, and any questions, if you have any, this is the time, if you have any questions. Any questions from the floor or
Should
online?
we start with your question that we deferred to this session? Okay. Am I audible online? So I'm actually making the decision, we deferred Zahir's question from the first session to this session. So I think if you don't mind coming closer to a future question so we can engage. But thank you. What was your question?
The current stances, I think. So just to repeat my question from the first session, it was about, and especially after this presentation, naming some of the engagement processes already, is what is this current stance that we as young people feel about these engagement processes? Obviously, I think we're all in agreement that meaningful engagement can always be improved. There's always room for improvement, and we can always get to a different level and next level and next level. And like in your social hierarchy, we can move up there. But what do we feel about the current meaningful engagement processes? And do we define those as good, bad, in between, room for improvement? What works, what doesn't work? And then how do we bring that into here and moving forward? That was like paraphrasing my own question.
Thank you for the question. Again, yeah, I think we can all agree that the level at which the youth is participating at is obviously not satisfactory. There's no doubt about that. And like you said, there's always room for improvement. As I mentioned earlier, we can just start, let's say, youth participation or engagement in certain organizations or programs. We can just start that as not a threshold, but a starting point for defining what meaningful engagement would be. I don't know if I'm answering your question correctly, but I feel like that could be a starting point, because meaningful engagement or participation, like Julie said, can be widely understood. You know, it's different to everyone. I can just do my little bit and I feel like I'm adding to the broader picture, which is still fairly important. I don't know if I answered your question completely. If not, please just come again, right? Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
Okay, please remember to project so everyone online can hear.
Okay. Great presentation. I know you were nervous and that you're saying that this is the first time you guys are doing research. Just advise us to keep the text on your presentations limited, because we read faster than you were reading. And by the time then you're just sitting there and then you don't know what you're talking about. One of the things I want to say, I guess it's the whole meaningful thing. For the position paper, maybe a suggestion is for us to come up with what our definition is and have that standard. If she's saying only 6% are being engaged and so forth, we are saying for this to be meaningful in the next 2 years, it must go to 10%. Because if you're defining as her, is it you that's in the youth in the PCC? Oh, something there's one, sorry. I'm innovative. You say that there's one person and then that's not enough. How do you define not enough? There's 30 out of 35 people. I mean, there's how many people in SA? So we have to kind of take the wins that we have and see how they are engaging. There could be 10 youth in that commission and they could be doing nothing. So let's just actually, that's what you're saying, deliberate and intentional, which are good words to add. Meaningful is great. Let's be deliberate and intentional about it, and then have our definition of what meaningful is. And that'll move the conversations ahead. Otherwise, now we are kind of putting straws of what is meaningful, what is not. And the water, climate, agriculture, these spaces, they're small. Seems like it's quite a large sector, all these sectors, but they're small in terms of the people that are actually engaging. You'll find the same people. If you go to a climate workshop next week, you'll see the same people. Same for me in water, I see the same people because it's the same people that are bold, that are going out there, putting themselves out there. Do we then say then maybe it's not meaningful, or do we say actually then these are our voices? Let them then go to the ground, get what's being said, and they are in the room, then they must talk. So maybe something, we can take the positive with what we think is negative and see where it goes.
Well, Sutami, and then Sengi, then Irfan. Then we'll take
So I
questions.
just want to get the.
Please come closer because I'm not sure you'll be audible.
So I just want to get the
Okay.
rationale behind the counter argument because I wasn't following whether you're actually supporting the current engagement in terms of, like, for example, are you meaningfully engaged or so what's your stand there? Because as I was following, so I was following, I was like, no, I don't think this is the right. I'm not sure if you're gonna publish that paper. I don't think, for example, as we're trying to, put the voices of the youth, so that people can, the voices can be heard by, for example, at the high level. I don't think this is the right way to go about it. Right? So I think we have to advocate for, we have to be solution driven. I think the first presentation was actually tailored to that. And I think as youth, if we want to, for example, meaningfully, to be meaningfully engaged, we have to say this is what we want, right? And this is how we think we should go about it. So instead of saying that, we are, for example, supporting already the engagements that happen, right? So if you're gonna go and engage with like policymakers, they'll actually take what you're saying and saying that the youth are actually being engaged on the ground, right? Whereas they're not, right? So we can go, round and round about stakeholder engagement and youth engaged in, for example, in my mind, I say that there are different types of, youth in this country, right? So the youth in townships, the youth in, for example, in the cities, the youth in rural areas. So, for example, we know for sure that the PCC and some of the other engagements you mentioned here, they haven't actually got to rural areas, right? So they are not meaningfully engaged. So, and another thing is that there's information access, which is very important. Right? So they publish or they advertise the webinars of engagements online, and people who have internet, they are, they have access to that. I think it comes also back to that every time we go to these climate change engagements, we see the same people over and over again. And for example, there's also an issue of, for example, representation. So, we know that, I'm just trying to, to put my thoughts very well so that it doesn't come out wrong. But we see that there's a lot of people that we see, like, for example, I know if you attend some of the peace engagement, you always see that, for example, the people in Cape Town, right, speaking about the issues in Mpumalanga, right, or speaking about issues in Limpopo. Then how do we say that, that's a meaningful engagement that we actually saying? And I think from the presentation you made here, I think it supports that, which I don't think is a good start. So I just wanted to make that.
Okay. Okay, sure. I was gonna jump to Fanny's defense too. Why?
Okay.
He made that.
Like I said before, as I started, I felt like I was captaining the Titanic. I will say that again. I feel like I was captaining the Titanic because, like, we can all agree that, again, youth participation is not adequate, right? It's there, but it's not adequate. So we can agree on that. The position that we are taking is that, yes, the youth are engaging, which they are. That is what we are saying. They are engaging. However, in my other explanations, I think it is very important as an arguer to not necessarily interrogate, but to see where your weaknesses are. I'm not just going to say, now everything is okay. No, we have to acknowledge that there are shortcomings in my argument, essentially, so that we can come up with solutions. Talking about what you're saying, like, yes, I do agree with you. Like, there's a problem that it's always the same people at the same events, It also echoes back to what I was saying. It's actually when these people go out and diversify the way in which information is published and how it's reached to people. That's another thing that we need to take into considerations. Such connections that we had you receive them in your email or by somebody who tells you, but then it's not out there. Like she was saying, unlike the initiative, like the HIV programs, it's not out there. So that's another problem. So I think it's something or a solution that we can look into further. I don't know if I answered your question, but I think I did. I tried my best.
No, there's no need for you to answer it.
Okay, I'm just going to add my very brief 2 cents because I don't want to take up too much space. Everyone else also has input. So the reason why there's a team with a counter argument is because our actual position is the first presentation, right? But we need to account for other opinions in our work itself. Otherwise, we'll be accused of not having done thorough enough research, right? So that is why there's a team that's been tasked with finding what someone can come and say, no, youth are being meaningfully engaged, right? So when you criticize this presentation, it's great because we would take it into consideration because we want to make sure it's a watertight situation. So don't think it's his actual opinion and now like you think he's a bad person. Okay, yes, that's all I have to say. Yeah, Fanny, have your hand up. Okay, thank you, Zianda. And then we'll take Jody, your hand online.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this engagement. If you ever wanted to hide under the table when people started saying the same faces you see at the I really want to hide under the table. I am in no way ever trying to take up spaces for others, but I want to agree with what you said in that. Let's recognize that, let's identify those similar faces that we have and let's engage them so that we ensure that when they are engaging in those spaces, they fully represent our voices, not just a small group of people. But also, like, let's be honest, we cannot, when we talk about rural engagement, we really cannot speak for the rural people. Like, we have no experience of, I grew up in the rural areas, but right now I do not have the experience of the rural people. So I think there also needs to be a workshop like this where we say, how do we engage young people in the rural areas and they themselves share their voices? Because I think maybe our opposition people should say how to engage urban youth so that you are clear that you did not engage all youth in South Africa, we engage young people in the urban areas. And also, I'm liking the questions that are coming in, but also let's have solutions to it. Because I think what the issue is right now with government is that we keep saying we're not engaging as meaningful. What are we expecting? How are we expecting them to engage us? We must provide them with the solution of saying, engage us in this way. So, and then we can start to monitor if they are engaging us in this way, as we have provided them the guideline. Let's provide them with a guideline of saying, engage us this way. And if that is failing, then we can rework it from there. And lastly, to say, for me, I think meaningful engagement is layered, is different, because even if the PCC were to give us all young people a space, the previous engagement that we had 2 weeks ago, there was an issue about people didn't understand what was being presented. So there are layers that there are some people are going to engage and provide awareness to these issues. And then there are some people from once we have awareness, that people then take that awareness and take it to national government. So we must understand that there will be different layers to it because you can't meaningfully engage if you don't understand the issue. So there needs to be an issue, young people need to be capacitated, and possibly I think that it was within those who understand this issues. Someone who understands energy, those who understand what they must go and engage young people, others, so that they are aware, and then you can start to engage government, because you can't meaningfully engage in an issue that you don't know. And on my final closing, that there are so many of us that are working in this space. As in the slide, you mentioned different organizations. All those organizations should partner and continue to work with each other. I'm liking what Ephraim is doing with youth organizations and bringing them together. So let's continue to use those platforms so we all work together. So that, because if we all work in our small corners, we all won't reach enough young people. So let's continue to collaborate so that you can really start to have meaningful investment and have one understanding of what we mean by meaningful engagement, because maybe youth SI actually thinks they are meaningfully engaged, and we at the WWF think we're not meaningfully engaged. Sorry to dig into that, but I'm saying like let's as youth organizations working in this space, let's collaborate and help each other as we do this, because I think youth is probably good at government engagement, whereas another organization like ACA is much better on the ground engagement. So let's work together to increase meaningful youth engagement. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, Zianda, you had a hand, then we'll take Jody. Jody, we're still with you. Oh, who has put their hand up, guys? Okay.
I think Slanguer largely covers what my point was going to be.
Okay.
Because I think this idea around, so there's a bit of a nuance to it, because I do agree that we aren't meaningfully engaging in these spaces. But I also agree that these are young people who are representing, even if it's that one person, and how we support that person and back that person and give them a mandate, so to speak, from young people helps them execute their role at the table better. And we can leverage off of that much more strongly. I think perhaps there's a conversation within this around the role of the young person, the young activist, the young radical in how we shift this narrative. But the point you raise around the National Youth Coalition is primarily this, because the compromising of youth structures within governance has meant that we have the token groups who don't represent the large part of society and young people. And the idea of the coalition was so that we bring in all the youth groups and we have working groups who then activate in certain areas. And there is a climate justice group who will be primarily tasked to say, how do we then start applying the pressure and building the mass base of youth? And this is done in a way so that when we do go and engage, we don't go and engage just as YCC or as SAYA and so on, because they know you don't have a mass backing. They know you're an organization, you're doing impactful work, you are amazing at what you're doing, but on the ground, you don't have that immediate base to say, it actually applies pressure on those in the positions. So this ideally is about how we can build that mass base and increase the participation, as was mentioned. And I just want to lastly give an example, because I serve on the Gauteng Youth Advisory Panel. This is a provincial-wide panel, which is the first in South Africa. But the thing has been completely useless, and I'll be honest and open about it. Since last year, June, we've done barely any work. And primarily it's because they've seen activists and they want you to be there. But once you're there, you almost have to wait for the bureaucracy to activate before you can actually do anything. So the idea of having people there is good, and leverage off of us so that we can apply what we can. But the changes won't come there. The changes are going to come from outside of that space.
Thank you. Thank you. Jody, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thanks so much. Firstly, well done to the speakers. Very excellently handled, and I'm loving all the points and conversations. I'm getting really excited sitting in my office over here. It's really great to hear. But just a couple of points I also wanted to add for the purposes of the discussion and sort of building off of the previous comments. So firstly, I think when we look at opportunities, I agree opportunities need to be given for meaningful engagement. But again, I do also want to challenge the youth, or us as youth. We don't need permission to engage in spaces. We are active citizens. We have a responsibility to ourselves as citizens as well into our community. So we have Google. Let's research who's our local government, what climate change strategies are happening there, what is happening in our communities. We have the internet, a powerful resource. We as youth are powerful. We have voices. We have strength in numbers. We have a passion to engage and participate. So let's take up space, so if we're going to wait for opportunities to be given to us, we may wait a very long time, and so I think it's very important that we challenge ourselves to actively engage as well while we're sort of waiting for those opportunities to come. And then the second thing really is also when we look at, I'm hearing a lot government and policymakers, but I think it's important that we demystify what is government, who is government, what is policymakers, who is policymakers. There's also been a lot of comments around, we need capacity to engage with policymakers. So who are we asking capacity from? So when we go to government, what government departments are responsible? Is it again education that we need to maybe include at school level, projects around understanding policy? So I think it's really important that we demystify who we actually asking, because if we are able to specify directly, okay, let's go to the Western Cape Climate Change Directorate, then they will be able to tell you what's within their scope of influence and what isn't. And then sort of the last point also I just want to make is that, when we have the ability to coordinate and develop cohorts and groupings as youth, and we become empowered in numbers because we have fellow people that are working with us to advance the youth perspective. I think it's really important that these organizations try to develop relationships with government. So your local government, your provincial, your national. National becomes a bit more difficult because it's higher levels, but even at your local level, build in your youth organization, the YCC, whoever, build those relationships, find out who is the contact for whatever province you're engaging into, whatever municipality, so that when these opportunities come, we can actively engage as government with who the direct people are. And a small example is just to sort of add to that comment on demystifying government. So myself in the Western Cape Government Climate Change Directorate, we are 6 people in total as a sort of directorate department. So 6 people to engage all the youth in the Western Cape is a very tough ask. So when we were developing our climate change response strategy to work with youth, we have a vision towards net zero emissions. We have a vision towards a climate resilient province. We want to work, we want to make that happen. But it was a bit challenging trying to understand who can we approach to chat to the youth, who are the different entities to engage, who are there was Project 90, there's WWF, who are those networks that we can access to get the message out, so again, just echoing that point on building relationships with our government departments, with our policymakers, and just demystifying it as a general body that we need to engage. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much for that input, Jody. Very useful, very useful. So we are now at 12:12. We are now into our lunchtime. So we're gonna have to make some changes to the program. If you guys have any inputs you wanna give now. I'll take some 2 questions and then we will break for lunch. Okay. Yes, you do have a very soft-spoken voice.
Hi, my name is Ntali and I'm representing the African Climate Alliance. I do want to commend the captain of the Titanic on the point on mobile applications. So, creating a mobile application and getting people on the platform, that's the whole process. And I do also want to highlight the HIV campaign back then. They used existing platforms like Tekelani, Sesame. And I do think that was like, 20, 15 years back. I think now we need to modernize that and use different tools. So rather than creating a mobile application, we use TikTok and Instagram and get young people engaged there. Young people now have short attention spans. They like videos that range from 7 seconds to 30 seconds. So if you can create an informative video that's 1 minute, for example, that talks about climate change and what to do, and has a very short call to action, I think that could really send out the message, because I love workshops. I love coming here, but we don't want to see the same faces. We don't want to use techniques that love your face. We don't want to use techniques that don't represent the modern times. So I fully support workshops, but also let's bring the use of technology, for example. And young people want to contribute to content. I feel bothered by having these experts come to a certain area and then right, tell us what are your problems, and then they just leave and they never come back, or we never see the change. So as much as young people are contributing to the content, we're commenting on policies, we also need to be part of the process. So if you want to work with you want to set up, I don't know, a campaign, right, on Instagram or like a website, creating a website or something like that, you need to approach organizations or businesses that are youth-led. For example, like the government released the COVID app where you can track the cases like during 2021 or 2020, somewhere around there, they released an app. That app, there's so many problems with it. I did a similar app in undergrad that was like that, but it was way different. People are not engaged on that app, the government app, because it doesn't really, the interface is bad, there are bugs, there's just so many things with it. So I feel like, yes, go out to young people, like meaningfully engage with them, as we said now, being intentional, provide education, like equip them, like, hey, this is what you should, this is how you should maybe feel like when you know that you are meaningfully engaged, but also let's put a twist to it. Like, let's, have a modern twist to it. Let's have young people, be like giving out the information, like with these videos, sort of like your ambassadors, like have these young people give out the information. Yes. So yeah, contribute to the content, but also the process, and to use existing platforms that we already have and collaborate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Last time before our 20-minute lunch break.
I wanted to actually respond to what he was actually saying. Okay, your portion did feel like a chapter in my paper, because you were coming up with solutions, which is what we're saying. However, I do understand the position. You guys had a tough job. I understand where he was coming from, but I also understand where you were coming from. You spoke about important things like ageism, that they don't take the youth seriously because we're young, we've only been here 2 decades or so. You spoke about what you just touched on, technology and social media. You spoke about mandatory youth engagement through legislation. And yeah, you mentioned a lot of things, but I think the problem was that you were saying should be, when you were supposed, your position was supposed to be, should be happening. And then, or rather is happening, because your stance is, it is happening. So those were good points. And then I think Jody and a lot of people have been saying or echoing the things that we need to move away from giving all the responsibility to the powers that be or policymakers or government. And I 100% agree with that. However, on the actual position paper, not the presentation, because that was a summary of a longer paper, we spoke about youth and climate change. And we spoke about other factors that are affecting youth from engaging. So we spoke about things like socio-economic issues. We spoke about literacy. We spoke about the digital divide. I only did my presentation cue cards and everything yesterday because I went back to my place in Midrand. The rest of the week, I was at my aunt's in Soweto. They don't have electricity. It's been a year. So I have first-hand experience of what digital divide is. There's no electricity, there's no network. I couldn't log in and do the call with my friend. There was a day on the 6th, we did a call. I was at the library and I was whispering because I couldn't take the call from home. So when you live these things, you are able to kind of like understand. So hence I think maybe that's why we're saying government, other people, because the youth are trying to get jobs. There are those things, I'm not going to go into it, but socio-economic issues, digital device rather, and literacy and resources and infrastructure. There's a lot before we fully push the responsibility to the youth. Hence we're saying policymakers and government meet us halfway.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Really appreciate everyone's inputs, guys. I think we've had a very productive first session. Thank you for bearing with our technical issues that we could not even have dreamed of. We will be having our 20-minute break. We'll be back at 12:40. Our people online, we're going to type this in the chat. 12:40, we will resume our program and have our first speaker for climate policy. We'll have Happy Kambule present on global climate policy at 12:40. Okay, hi everyone, we're back. I wonder if our people online are still with us. Hi, we have 14 people.
What's going
Okay, we're good.
on? Who's sharing this?
Chengi is
Sorry.
sharing. Okay. Our next speaker is Happy Kambule. He'll be presenting on global climate policy. I'm going to read his bio very quickly. Happy studied law at the University of Johannesburg and is recognized by the British Council as a global change maker and international climate champion. In 2013, he was part of the Mail and Guardian Top 200 Young South Africans. Happy is the former Greenpeace Africa Senior Political Advisor on Climate and Energy. Currently, he's an official party delegate to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and he negotiates various issues such as the Paris Agreement implementation and response measures. Happy serves on the Paris Agreement Compliance Committee. He is a non-executive director in Mansa Advisory. He also serves on various boards, including the Clean City SA board, as an independent non-executive board chairperson. Happy was a commissioner in the inaugural President's Coordinated Commission on Climate Change, and is Business Unity South Africa's Head of Environment and Energy. Thank you. Okay, you can start.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. As you heard, my name is Happy Kambule, and I'm meant to talk to you about international climate policy, not necessarily international climate politics. We can differentiate between the two because one is the policy is developed under the auspice of political developments that tend to happen internationally. And then secondly, it then informs national jurisdictional politics and development of policy. So we can differentiate between the two. I just wanted to be able to say that in that context. So if we can go to the next slide. I don't know who's controlling.
Thank you. Next slide.
Next slide, please. So I'm not gonna go through what is climate change, what's the difference between weather and all of that. I think you guys already know that, but I did put it in the slide. I think this is one of the best explanations. There's supposed to be an animation that appears there. I don't know what it is, but there it is. But essentially, as part of the presentation, I'm going to give you a sense of how international climate politics has progressed and where we are and the likely outcomes that we're going to be seeing in the next couple of years. So next slide, please. There's a differentiation, obviously, as you know, between weather and climate. One is long-term, the other is short-term. And you can also look at it from either precipitation or temperature, right? So those are general things. Next slide, please. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. So yeah, so we've got primarily one main instrument that the world is governed under in terms of climate change. You all know it's the UNFCCC, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And then we've got two secondary treaties that allow for participation. These are called the implementation instruments of the UNFCCC. As we go through this, through the presentation, you'll get a sense that depending on what someone says or what a country says, it gives you an indication of which treaty or which instrument they are speaking to, because each treaty and each instrument has different obligations as well as provisions that inform implementation. We've got the UNFCCC, and then we've got the Kyoto Protocol, and then we also got the Paris Agreement. The UNFCCC was agreed to in 1992, and a number of countries ascended to it after that, but essentially came into force around 1996, 1994. I'm not sure when exactly, but it was initially agreed to in Berlin. And then we got the Kyoto Protocol, which essentially was negotiated from 1994 up to 1996. And then in Kyoto, Japan, it was agreed to. The difference between the UNFCCC and the Kyoto Protocol is not only in what they describe as the targets, but also the kind of long-term approach that each one is adopting. And then secondly, who does it apply to? And then obviously we've got the very famous Paris Agreement, which came into force faster than any other treaty in the world within a period of about 8 to 10 months, which was really shocking because everybody was planning for 2020. Next slide, please. So the original intention of all these treaties, I kind of tried to represent in a form of I'd say, a percentage, but boiled down to numbers. So the treaty, which is speaking to the UNFCCC, had a long-term vision of all countries, particularly developed countries, taking the lead of reaching about a 4% on average reduction of carbon emissions, starting back to, I think, the industrial age of 1900 or 1950, somewhere there. And then you can then add on top to say that the Kyoto Protocol was supposed to build on top of whatever the outcomes was from the UNFCCC, and then you then have the Paris Agreement with a much larger scope in terms of the intention of the level of ambition that it wanted to achieve up to 2050. And that in its own right was much higher. And I'll show you how we can determine what the level of ambition is in terms of the text that was apportioned. The original intention of all these different treaties was that you were going to build on top of each other, and you wouldn't have one that supersedes the other and one that only applies in the absence of another. I hope that makes sense. So if you finish implementation on one, you then go into the other one, you take all the winnings that you got from the other, then you move on to the next stage. That's not where we are, obviously. We got the UNFCCC, and then it didn't achieve the necessary reductions. We got the Kyoto Protocol. It kind of achieved the necessary reductions, but that's because we had a large complement of countries which were in transition. So we had Eastern European countries who were moving from being communist and socialist into market-based economies. So as they were transitioning, they were able to reduce their emissions because they had suppressed supply and demand, economics, factors all considered, and they were able to reduce their emissions. But right now, they're all increasing their emissions, so there's a bit of a challenge. So the Kyoto Protocol achieved some of its targets, but then it was, in the grand scheme of things, according to the IPCC, not enough. So then we had to have the Paris Agreement. The political dynamics in this case is that in the UNFCCC, as the actual governing body or the governing supreme treaty, you had everyone participating. In Kyoto, you didn't have everyone participating. You also didn't have the United States. In order for you to have the United States and more or less everyone having an obligation, you needed to come up with a new instrument because everybody didn't agree with the Kyoto Protocol because it was too stringent. You then had to develop the Paris Agreement, and then you found that people could renege, but essentially you wanted to have more application or universal application of the provisions of the treaty, leading up to greater ambition. Next slide, please. So I know it's a bit dense in information, you'll have the slide, but essentially these are all Article 2 of the different treaties. This is how we can basically get a sense of what the ambition is. So essentially with the UNFCCC, the main aim was not to stop climate change. The aim of the UNFCCC as the actual convention is to stabilize the climate in such a way that it can start to adapt back to its original position, right? The position before the Industrial Revolution. Obviously that, I don't want to say that's nonsensical, but obviously that's almost impossible to do nowadays. So we then got the Kyoto Protocol, which basically says, look, in the midst of you undertaking particular actions of your development, you need to focus on reducing your emissions and ensuring that you're not contributing to climate change above and beyond what you're able to do within the UNFCCC. That then also led us to getting the Paris Agreement, where for the first time you can say what is the actual goal, which was 1.5 degrees, or it was 2 degrees with the view of achieving 1.5 degrees. And in that, you are basically making sure that you've got a stick in the sand, which kind of gives you a sense of which direction of travel you are going to go to. The Paris Agreement was the first time we actually had a set goal, set quantified goal that we can measure, as well as developed methodologies in order to implement it, right? So you can find this in Article 2 of all the treaties. And what it gives you is a sense, at least as you interpret it, and then you start developing your methodologies of accounting, as you start developing your interventions and policy measures, that what kind of ambition do you need to start to look into. The Paris Agreement has also a different component than the two other treaties, that it also looks at adaptation and as well as response measures, meaning what happens when you start to do one, decarbonization of the electricity system, and then the unintended consequences. How do you ensure that you take care of those consequences? And then secondly, how do countries that are taking those steps, that those implications and those consequences are not being transferred to another country? Next slide.
So what is Article 2? Like when we say Article 2, what do you mean?
Okay, so Article 2 is like Section 2 of the treaty, right? So that's basically, I'd say that's where the principles and the purpose of the treaty are described and explained. Cool. So as I indicated earlier, how do we know what applies to who? The UNFCCC, the convention itself applies to everyone, but developed countries are supposed to take the lead. Most of the commitments, and you'd hear when countries are talking about when they're making their speeches, they would say either commitment, pledge, or contribution. It tells you which particular treaty is in play. So most of the commitments were born from developed countries. The developed countries are the ones who initially signed the UNFCCC treaty, and then over time, countries like South Africa in 1996 also then ascended to it. And then you have the Kyoto Protocol. In the first phase of the Kyoto Protocol, it was only Annex 1 countries. So these are all developed countries, except for those who are the countries in transition. They didn't have commitments, they had pledges. Their pledges were under, or rather not were under, but were also facilitated through a compliance mechanisms that had sanctions as well as some form of pledge and review process, which is very different from the commitments which weren't necessarily reviewed or held in account by any particular person or any particular body. So the KP has two commitment periods. There's the first commitment period, which ended, I believe, in 2012. And then there's the second commitment period, which ended in 2020. Developing countries and some developed countries are still keeping the KP or the Kyoto Protocol going because there's still a lot of outcomes that are in there, particularly the market mechanisms are contained in there, and those are the ones which are being transposed into the Paris Agreement with some fine-tuning. And then when you speak to the Paris Agreement, everybody has got an obligation. Everybody needs to do something. Some of it might be higher than others, but it's universally applicable. But we talk about contributions, which is very different, where commitments came in from a top-down approach, which was based on what is required. KP was based on a burden-sharing approach. Basically, you pledge in the context of what is required in its totality, and then contributions are born from your own internal processes to say, in terms of whatever is there, this is how much I can do because this is what I got, right? And then move on to the next one. That's almost the last slide. Yes, I think that's the last slide. So can you go back one slide? So I wanted to, in this context, to explain one other thing, just quickly, is that in terms of international climate policy, we do not recognize reporting standards or carbon credit verification standards as part of policy, right? They are guidelines. And I know a lot of people will tend to think, okay, we've got the TCFD, like what is it, the transparency and the carbon disclosure project, yes. And the gold standard or a silver standard for market regulation. Those are not policy because the country can opt in and opt out of those, right? They are good practice, and there are various means and various other complementary processes that have been developed by countries, so or by the international community. So you've got also something like the ISSB for financial markets, and then you've got something along the lines of AFLU. You've got various ways of land use methodologies or reporting structures in that case. Those are not policy. The only organized, the only recognized policy instruments that we do have at an international level are these ones. The difference between this and what comes out of Glasgow and what comes out of Durban or what comes out of Doha or Abu Dhabi, wherever we're going next, is that those are informing the discussions internally and aren't supposed to be informing what is coming out externally. What does that mean? If the conference of the parties agrees in a decision text that from now on, you're going to start to have something along the lines of financial flows that will be in line with non-abated coal, or rather restricting non-abated coal, as well as having a just transition of the workforce with decent work. That's not about your NDC primarily. Yes, it will inform your NDC over time, but it's how we within the negotiations are going to assess our work and whether or not we're going to develop a work stream within the negotiations in order to inform the implementation of that particular decision. It's not about the country coming out with something to basically implement that in that immediate sense. That would have to come into either a negotiated amendment, or it would have to come into a new particular policy instrument, maybe another, I don't know, treaty. So just to also give a sense to you is that the UNFCCC is the overarching one. The Kyoto Protocol is secondary, and the Paris Agreement is secondary. The Kyoto Protocol is almost dead. The Paris Agreement is the one that is still on life support. Most likely, the only people who can save the Paris Agreement are people in country pushing for it to be implemented. It is not the best deal. It is the only deal we do have right now. But the worst thing we can have is another one. What happens is that the political momentum around these deals will start to fall down, and then we'll always have to have new deals. Similar to South Africa, we've got an electricity crisis. Every 2 months, we come up with a new plan, but we're not implementing the old one. So I think I can just end there if it's fine with my 15 minutes is actually up.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. We're going to take questions or engagements, comments. Do we have any hands up in the room? Please online, please feel free to pop a message in the chat or raise your hand so that we can see it. Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a question?
Yeah, I sort of spoke to it, but just want to elaborate. Like, how does COP or the conference of the parties come into all of this? Why is it important? Should we continue to have that?
Okay, so the institutional arrangement of the UNFCCC is that the COP is the body which basically meets under the convention. So that's the supreme body. And then you'd have what we have, I think it's the CAAP, Conference of the Parties meeting under the Kyoto Protocol, which is under, obviously, the Kyoto Protocol. And then you have the CMA, which is the Paris Agreement. The reason why we need to meet more regularly is that we continue the momentum. If we leave people to do what they want without checking in, we're never going to get there. And I think we need to be aware of the fact that we've had similar environmental legislations at an international level, or treaties or policies at an international level that resulted in very fast wins. So for example, the Montreal Protocol was debated for years, but when it was implemented, or as it is being implemented, the wins and the rewards are far quicker, because of the fact that there is continuous engagement on it, as well as there is oversight on the technologies that need to be developed and deployed in order to save us from the issue of that hole. It's the Montreal Protocol is about that hole in the ozone layer and the production of CFCs from the technologies such as fridges and air cons that contribute to that hole in the ozone layer. So we knew about the hole in the ozone layer in the 90s. There were negotiations. It took quite some time to get to a treaty that everyone agreed to. But as the treaty was agreed to and there's implementation and there's a yearly conversation of where we are, we can start to see the impacts on the actual environmental phenomena. It's reducing. It's not as bad as it used to be. And we're thinking that actually it's as a result of a common collaborative effort to address the actual problem.
Thank you. Oh, I didn't see your hand. Sorry. Yes, please go ahead. Sit down. Do you want to come closer? Sorry that we always make you come closer, but we don't want people online to not hear.
Yeah, so I just want to understand the impact of international climate policies, with regards to the youth, right? So because I saw that I think there was too technical for me to process. So I just wanted to see the link.
Yeah. So what you'll have, at least I sent it to the organizers, you'll have the presentation, you'll have the 3 treaties, and then you have a policy brief that was prepared years ago before the Paris Agreement got domesticated in South Africa. It will kind of give you a sense as well as what youth participation kind of looks like in the context of these treaties coming to SA. But the Paris Agreement is the main treaty that I recognize as intergenerational equity. And it is the main treaty that allows for youth to be at least consulted and to be embedded in the discussions. So when you go to the UNFCCC at the COP level, you'll have a constituency body called YANGO, where as youth organizations or as a youth person, you can participate in there. In itself, obviously, it is a structure filled with developed and developing countries, filled with disparities as it is because it is a global structure. But the more people we can get who are from the global south, the better, so that the discussions and even the proposals that come from the Yango constituency or the youth constituency actually reflect the actual lived conditions of the majority of people in the world, right? The majority of people in the world are in the global south. They're not in necessarily Africa, but they're in the global south. But the majority of young people are in Africa, right? So the representation at the youth constituency level in the COPs is very good, but it's from the global north. And that is fair because the resources are there, as well as it's a good training ground for future negotiators as well, for various UN processes as well. And then from our side, at least as the global south, we've got a capacity gap in that respect. And I would think that the link here is that because all of these goals are into the future, I think the closest one is 2050. No, it's 2020 actually, it just passed, which was the Kyoto Protocol. The 2050 goal, which is the Kyoto Protocol, is the most likely milestone that you guys are going to be dealing with, along myself. And we should be pushing for much more stringent rules and regulations or policies that are going to actually give us the results that we necessarily want. They might not be the COP ones, they might not be the PA ones, but domestically we know what they look like. And we've got hooks in the provisions of the Paris Agreement, which the government cannot deny, that we can use as arguments for whether you want more climate action, whether you want more youth engagement and the kinds of youth engagement you necessarily want. Because the context in which these things were developed were that the old guys are going to die. The current problem of climate change is not being done by the current population, but by the population of the past, who were industrializing at a non-discriminatory way and basically unfettered powers. So in order for that to be addressed, we need to ensure that the people who are going to be living with the impacts are going to be left with some form of autonomy and decision-making capability. So I would say you look at the treaty and use those hooks when you want to discuss with the government, and they'll never deny you any platform or any discussion point just because you are invoking the Paris Agreement. In fact, it's basically, in any political economy, it's basically the thing that anyone can use largely to actually force climate action. We'll also see that a lot of youth groups in Europe and around the world are pushing the states to do more, using the Paris Agreement specifically.
Since we are speaking about youth engagement, and like you mentioned COP, which is like this high level conference high level conference, and a lot of people around the world attended. Most of the time, and it's not just at COP, but like even locally, most of the time when young people engage with governments and we mention like Paris Agreement, the Paris Agreement, we mentioned all these these important documents, most of the time they take it as if we're kids. Or it's two points. We either kids who are complaining and don't really know much, or we are there to give them hope and empower them, give them energy. There's no they don't see us as an equal. How do you think we can change that? Because even if you are selected to go to COP, you need to be equipped. You need to be capacitated. Yes, you need to know your stuff, but you also need to it's the soft skills, I suppose. How do we now prepare young people? Because we need young people, not just in urban areas, but in rural areas. I can't speak for people living in rural areas, but we need a representation. We need diverse voices to go to COP and speak about their lived experiences. But that's a whole other thing. How do we now equip young people so that they don't get treated as children, or they don't get treated as give us joy? How do we go about that?
That's a fair one. All I can say, at least about how the government does this. So COP is a ceremonial process, largely, right? Most of the work is done before COP. So if a person wants to go to COP and say they're going to be communicating and expressing their lived experiences, I think that needs to be done before that. because there's a lot of work that's been done in between the different intersessional sessions. If a person is privy to that information, they're able to influence. You can't influence a COP because everyone is going crazy, right? It's frantic. Even the negotiators, what they're trying to do is just to get to a point where we can all agree that the outcome is correct for everyone, or is more or less acceptable for everyone. So I would say rather pester those who say you're giving them energy, right? With the necessary questions, with the necessary proposals, and those who are treating you like you're a kid, they tend to be looking at it from a negative side, right? And that's the unfortunate part. When you get older, you get jaded. So the jaded people, I would say you also still pester them, but don't rely on the moment when you've got a PCC meeting or when you've got a multi-stakeholder forum. You need to be able to meet them or send them messages while they're sitting at the desk. When you meet them at the airport, sometimes you feel like, hey, you know, I see this guy at the mall, and I'm like, I know you are heading this department in that department. Let me not trouble you because you know, you're not at your job. That's nonsense. They are public servants. They're meant to be pushed in order to recognize these things. Because when they're sitting there and they're about to make a decision or they're about to put down a proposal, the first thing that goes into their head is the thing that gives them the most pressure, right? It's either the minister or some external force. So if you are the external force or this group is the external force, that means that your considerations are going to come out a lot more. So I'll propose, or rather, I'll push for you guys to always be engaging with them, even if it's not weekly, but on a monthly basis, just being exchanging messages with them or correspondence with them, just to remind them that you're there and also that you're thinking about these things beyond the, you know, the glossy plenary meetings and all of that, because that on its own is ceremonial, largely. And then secondary, most of the outcomes that are in there have already been predetermined beforehand.
Thank you for that. Okay, so this is the part of the program where we need to establish calls to action. So if we are writing a position paper where we're exploring youth engagement in climate policy in South Africa, what would our calls to action be for policymakers, since that's who the position paper is directed to, as far as South African youth engagement in global climate policy? Do we have specific things that we would like to ask them for? Either
Okay. Question, please. I think just put it on the chat.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
getting a Mentimeter so that people can give us feedback.
All right. Okay. How do I make? Okay. I should shorten the question. What are our calls to action with regards to global climate policy to improve, or I don't know? Yes, to improve really youth engagement of South Africans, of young South Africans. Wow. Got it. In climate policy. Chengi, I feel like you're asking me to make it succinct. Lost me. Now I feel I lost the question. Yes.
Maybe please just like explain calls to action.
Okay. Calls to action are things that we would like to ask them to do.
Okay.
So we're asking them because as Yanda's presentation, they talked about how, you know, even though there's a certain percentage of youth that are engaged in global climate policy processes, only 6% actually understand what it is that they're engaged in. So what, for example, what are we asking for? I think Zahir is not here, but he had raised, are we saying we want it to be 12%? Is that what we would say would improve youth engagement in climate policy processes in South Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll type the question, but please can you guys think about it? And we have about 10 minutes for this exercise. On that side of the table, I've put a chart paper and some markers because there's a lot of you there, you can write there. Keep on this side, that's fine. You can write on this thing while you are brainstorming ideas. Okay, but please feel free to out loud brainstorm your ideas. Yes, please.
So if I just kind of like repeat what I said in the presentation with regard to, say, the help that the youth need, specifically training, you know, skills. For example, I did say that I found it a bit of a challenge, you know, writing a formal text. You know, I think we could really use training, you know, for research skills, writing skills, etc. Yeah, I think that would really, really help. And yes, another challenge that I had again, when I was doing the research yesterday, I came across some legal documents, the climate change bill. I had a hard time understanding how it works and how to take information from that and integrate it into the position paper because I'm not familiar with legal text. Maybe having legal professionals have a workshop or training skills, that would be really helpful, especially if we are aiming to have youth involved in the later stages of climate change policies, of writing the actual bill. That would be very helpful.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Bombone, are you with us? Is that a new hand?
Yes, it is. And so do I wait until the exercise is over or can I?
No, this is the exercise. So
oh, this is the cool.
No better time than the present.
Cool. So I think that number one, I think integrating yeah, this is a bit tricky, but integrating policy making 101 at the basic syllabus levels, so high schools and etc. for subjects such as business studies, economics, because I think it would potentially be more aligned in that regard. And yeah, I'm not sure how it looks at a higher learning institution level, but I think integrating policymaking 101 at a high school level, along with climate studies, beyond the scope of what exists, which is climate change is when the sun does this and this, and then I think number two, facilitating countrywide climate and policy discussions. So partnering with higher learning institutions again, and partnering with local NGOs, such that they can have these policy discussions across a wide array of topics. So making it such that before bills are passed, whatever the bill may be, but especially climate related bills, these discussions are facilitated and sent out to communities, and not just typically what happens is that the Department of, I don't know if it's still called the Department of Environmental Affairs, it may have changed, but typically they'll have those consulting meetings when, say, maybe a mine is being proposed, or something along the lines of that. So beyond that, just facilitating these vehicles where when a policy / bill / notion, whatever is being proposed, at a parliamentary level, or it should be discussed at a community level. That way you get to involve the youth actively, and you get to identify the things that matter the most to the youth, but also find a way to align the messaging with what we want to see from a specifically climate policy related standpoint. And number three, I think really exploring the concept of youth councils. I still need to do a lot more reading on this, but I have a few handbooks that I was able to get while preparing our position paper, and I'm from the little that I gathered from it, they seem like they could be potentially useful devices if we're just looking for a device that the youth could use to have a strong voice. So calling for youth councils to be established, such that their voices and opinions truly matter beyond just saying we as the youth feel this way. So having youth councils where they can vote on topics, on policy, on bills that are being proposed at Parliament, and yeah, I think that's what I have for now.
Okay, we have a hand in the room. Thank you so much, Roboni. I have been taking notes of what you're saying. Shamila?
Mine's more of a comment, really. I think it's very difficult, well, me personally, as if I imagine that I've never been to a CAAP, I've never been in an international process. It's very difficult for me to actually see how my engagement will actually look like in that process. And therefore, it would also be very difficult for me to kind of contribute to a call of action and say, this is how it can be improved if I don't really have that first-hand experience of it. So I think if that was me, I think that would be one of the challenges to actually, for me to actually contribute to the that you're doing right now.
Then perhaps we could reframe that challenge as a call to action. You know, so I think that is a very real challenge. So how can we frame that challenge as something we would like our government to work on? Perhaps it is kind of giving youth more opportunities to have experiences like that, or maybe doing like learning sessions on processes like that. Sorry, Tlengi?
Yeah, so my call to action is building on what you're saying, something that we've been discussing more is aware of it, and what is actually having JFE provides funding for young people to go to CAAP annually and stuff. But then my call to action is that actually they should have workshops for young people to actually understand what goes on and be prepared to CAAP. I went to CAAP last day, my first day, I was so lost to a point. I was like, guys, I'm no longer moving, you find me here. I am done. And then I went and attended some of the negotiations that Happy was doing, and I didn't understand anything that you were saying. So I think our call to actions for the national government to provide capacity building for young people to say what to expect in this spaces, especially in this international conferences. What can you expect so that by the time you go there, you are much more prepared for it? Because I personally, and I think I'm capacitated in most things in general, and I was not ready for CAAP. It was quite overwhelming. So I think the call to action is to provide workshop for young people, and I think and another call for action for those of us who have gone, to share with those who have not gone. Because I think it's all good and well to put responsibilities on others. I think also that for those of us who have been provided the opportunity, the following year we should also be part of the workshops to share our own experiences with those that will be attending or those who have attended as well.
Thanks, Lengi. I just want to come in with an online comment before we take it back to the room. So this is from Ansha. And Ansha says, I think we can engage the youth in South Africa in climate change by having these workshops at various universities and colleges. That way more students can engage more and also have a voice. And we can even involve the youth from high schools as well, so that they can get an early start into policy space. Okay, then I think Mandy.
How I phrase this. For CAAP, would it only be the government, whether it's local, national, which level, that knows the processes of what happens, or are there any civil society people that are involved? I just want to lead on to what Lingiwe is saying. Then thinking about with this UN water conference that's coming up, there were so many engagement sessions that were happening online, getting people ready for it. How do you get accredited? How do you get there? What's your involvement? So many by different people. It wasn't our government that did it. I don't even know if WWF knows who's going. So it doesn't have to be them. And like you said, once you've gone there, start those processes and say maybe WWF is hosting this, the PCC is hosting this, and get people ready way before, because we know it's coming every year. So maybe put it to us as well, because I doubt they're going to do anything.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Pato, we'll take your hand, and then we are temporarily. Who's that? Oh, Basi, you have a hand? Oh, excuse. Basi, please go ahead. Pato will take your hand afterwards.
My name is Basutana Pito, and I'm from the African Climate Alliance. I think for me, I just want to add on to what Ms. Shamila said, that it's difficult to really bridge the gap when you're not really part of the actual discussions. So I think how we can best also try to contribute is adjusting the criteria of what meaningful participation is, because most youth, you find that there's youth that are passionate about a cause and are passionate about climate change, but they feel like there's a certain criteria that speaks to them, or there's a certain way of doing it in terms of you need to now come across an application form, then you need to write motivate, or you need first-hand experience, you need this, there's a need for something to back you up, but you can't just willingly go in there with your passion and your willingness to actually take that action. So I think if you can find a way to adjust the criteria to also encourage people the youth to also participate with their passion and their willingness, that could also contribute effectively.
Thanks so much for that, Basi. So we're going to take one more hand online, and then there is going to be a Google form again. I think Mo's mentioned this, but we're going to share with you where you can add your contributions. If we haven't taken your hand, there's a space for you to put this down. So next is Pato.
Pato, are you with us?
Pato, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Now I'm speaking. So I wanted to speak to, confirm if you can hear me, please.
Yes, we can. You are audible.
Awesome. Awesome. So I wanted to speak to the thing of preparation, well, the overwhelming side of COP27. For the position paper, I think we should take, as much as we'll talk about, not COP27, but the COP, I hope someone doesn't say this while I was away, but something to consider as well is that there's so many processes that are, or not processes, but there's so many bodies that are, their direct work is looking at, so climate action, for example, their main thing is COP. So I got lucky, even though Klingi and I were to spend quite a lot of time together at COP27, and it was my first COP. But the reason that I got lucky, and in that I was a little more prepared, I had a bit more of an idea of what's going on, and thus it helped with the overwhelm, and thus it helped with knowing what to do, where to go, not perfect, but a little less overwhelmed than some, was leaning into the organizations that concentrate in those areas. So if we're looking at COP, I'm not saying Climate Action Network only, but looking at which organizations are already working in the area, and thus it's within their interest to have a youth portfolio that addresses XYZ. And then also looking at acknowledging the other programs that are already there, and how young people are leveraging them as we go forward with our asks within the position paper. So that, again, going back to the whole thing of pros and cons, it's not a thing of no, I mean, someone can't disassemble the whole position paper by saying, no, but there's this thing that you're not using. So I had an experience where I luckily was able to get some support that did help there. And I'm happy to contribute, to share on that, or share my report from that, if that would help. I hope I was clear. I feel like I was all over the place. But yeah, back to the moderator.
Thanks, Pato, we've got you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so we are starting our second session. So we have Courtney Morgan. I'm going to be reading out her bio, and then she will give her presentation. Courtney Morgan is a South African climate justice activist and campaigner who works with the African Climate Reality Project, a nonprofit organization that aims to educate and mobilize communities on climate change and environmental issues. As a campaigner with the African Climate Reality Project, Morgan has worked on a range of issues related to climate change and environmental justice, including advocating for renewable energy, mobilizing youth engagement on climate issues, food sovereignty, and raising awareness about the impacts of climate change on vulnerable communities. Additionally, she worked on developing the Climate Justice Charter for South Africa. Morgan is also a vocal advocate for gender equality and social justice and has worked to promote the intersectionality of environmental and social justice issues in her work. For her work with the African Climate Reality Project, Morgan has been recognized for her contributions to environmental activism and was listed on the Mail and Guardian's Greening the Future list in 2020. Thank you, Courtney.
Hi. Yeah, so thanks for the bio. So as you heard there, I'm not a policy expert at all. So I'm really here to give an overview of national policy. I'll go into a bit of detail on two specific policies that I have worked on, one of them being the climate change bill. And then the idea is to really talk about national policy in a very accessible way, and also to co-create. So I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room and online who have a lot of expertise on this. So yeah, definitely we are going to be co-creating this presentation. So I think I'll start by firstly touching on why we need climate policy at the national level. Next slide. Okay, so obviously we know climate change is here, climate change is real, and we live in a region that is going to be increasingly affected by the climate crisis, right? So you'll see this graph. Over the next couple of decades, we're going to be experiencing extreme heating, extreme droughts, extreme weather events. I mean, we've seen the floods in KZN, and this is going to really impact how we function as a society. But then we've also got a responsibility as South Africa, because in the South African context, we are a very big contributor to climate change, right? I think we're number 14 in the world, one of the biggest emitters. So we kind of have this dual experience of being a very vulnerable region, but also having a greater responsibility on the continent because of our historical emissions and the way that our economy is currently working. So this is just a quick thing to say. We've got the climate crisis, and what we need is climate action. And how we get there is through climate policy, education, and activism, right? There's a lot of other things, but for me, those are the three things that I've worked on. So just to speak about and to reiterate why we need climate policy. Number one, because climate change is here, biggest crisis of our generation, as you all know. South Africa is a significant contributor to climate change, and to be very honest, our efforts to mitigate have been insufficient as the South African government. We're also obviously one of the most unequal countries in the world, and so certain groups in our society are going to be amongst the hardest hit. Again, we've seen the effects already on our population. And of course, we call climate change a threat multiplier, right? So everything that we are already experiencing in the South African context is going to get worse with climate change. Food prices will increase. GBV will increase. All of these things, climate change exacerbates current inequalities. And so all of these things getting worse, we need some kind of legal framework that is going to allow us to take action against these things, allow us to take action against climate change and take ambitious action, right? So next slide. Just a quick overview of the national policies, right? This is by far not all of them, right? These are just the ones that are kind of relevant at the moment and what we should be keeping our eyes on, right? So obviously, first thing is the South African Constitution. We're very privileged to have a constitution that enshrines these kinds of rights. These sections, so 10, 11, 24, and 27, often we speak about in the environmental or climate space, we speak about 24. But all of these sections are actually relevant to us because they all relate somehow to the right to dignity, the right to life, the right to a clean environment, the right to water, all of these basic human rights that that climate change actually is a threat to, right? Then you've got the National Environmental Management Act, you've got the Integrated Resource Plan 2019, and this is basically an electricity infrastructure development plan. We're being told that it's being revised. I don't currently have a timeline on that. And then you've got National Infrastructure Plan, which is essentially the strategic vision to realize the top objectives of the NDP. You've got the Just Energy Transition Framework. You've got the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. Again, is still in draft. We don't have the final yet, but that's something that we can keep our eye on. And then you've got the Climate Change Bill, which I'll give a bit more detail on. And then you have some, and I won't go into this because Happy has already done that, but you've got some of the international level or the treaty level stuff. So you've got nationally determined contributions, which goes with the Paris Agreement. And I'll go into very little detail on that. And then you've got the Just Energy Transition Partnership, that the investment plan that goes with that, and then obviously SDGs, right? So I assume that a lot of people in this room know, but just in case we don't, essentially the nationally determined contributions, or the NDCs is essentially what's required from the Paris Agreement that Happy spoke about. So we are signatories to the Paris Agreement, and all parties who sign are required to submit nationally determined contributions. And this is essentially what your country is committing to in terms of emissions reductions and plans to adapt to climate change. This includes like regular reporting, for example, on emission standards and that kind of thing. I think about 2 years ago, ACRP, the organization I now work for, along with other organizations, including Youth at SAIA, actually developed a gendered lens toolkit, which is essentially looking at all of the national legislation in South Africa and trying to climate legislation and trying to find out if it's gender responsive, right? So if you need more information, that is a really good toolkit to look at. It also gives an introduction to some of these policies. And it's also maybe worth, adapting that to youth. Right now it's on gender, but obviously these things all intersect. So very quickly, in 2021, in 2021, the NDC was updated. And now emissions targets are technically in line with the 2-degree mark, but still above the 1.5 degree, which is really what we should be aiming for. It's better than the first plan that was put together, but it's still very dangerous and harmful to our region, considering that we do live in a hotspot and we are probably going to be heating at double the global rate. So South Africa, the overall idea here, this graph, you can look at it in a bit more detail, but the overall takeaway is that South Africa's NDC is not ambitious enough, and we still need to do a lot more to ensure a safe and livable level of emissions. So this infographic is taken from the Climate Transparency Report. All of the links are on the slides, which you'll get and you'll be able to access. So what you'll see is that the green line that's going down is really what we should be in line with, and the thin red line is what we're proposing in the NDC. So we're still quite far off what we need to be doing. There is a gap, and the report can give you exact numbers on like the different sectors, so like transport or agriculture, what the NDC says and what really needs to be happening if we're going to like meet our goals, right? So in order to meet the NDC, we need legislation. And a lot of countries are putting together national policies that enable us to meet our NDCs. And in South Africa, that is the climate change goal. There we go. So this is our kind of called like our associated policy. That would enable us to realize our NDC. So the climate change bill it's been on everyone's minds recently. It's been spoken about quite a lot. But I will say that the Center for Environmental Rights, they actually have an entire website called, which is www.climatechangelaw.org. And they've essentially put all of the summaries around the climate change bill together, around consultations, all of that. So for more details, and if you're really looking at like trying to break down the bill, because I'm not a lawyer either, those legislation, the documents are really hard to read. They've kind of broken it down and said, this is what's missing, this is what you could be asking for going forward. And I'm going to give a quick overview of that as well. So for those of you who haven't interacted with the bill, it was tabled in February 2022, so last year. And there's 3 big things that it's supposed to be doing. It's supposed to regulate climate change mitigation, it's supposed to manage climate change adaptation, obviously how we adapt to floods, how we adapt to extreme weather. And then, yeah, also it's supposed to kind of outline responsibilities for the national departments, right? Because as we said, these international treaties that we sign onto, how do we get those goals to like trickle down into our actually lived experience? And that's by really giving a mandate to government departments, local governments and municipalities, and make sure that there's kind of imperatives placed on them through the climate change bill. Right, so why it's important, I think I've kind of touched on this. To enable us to realize some of the ambitious goals that we signed onto, we need it to be a legal framework. But also we need to be able to nationally regulate companies for their emissions, which we currently don't really do. And then we also need to be able to hold governments accountable, right? So if we see that government is making the EIA time shorter, we can kind of use the climate change bill to say, well, this is, illegal or whatever that is. And then, yeah, we need more ambitious goals, and these goals can't just be us as activists talking on the ground. We can do that forever, but we actually need it to be in a legal framework. We need it to be in a legal basis, and we need to be able to really use it in the courts. That's a really big tool that we have in South Africa. And then another reason is because, and I'll touch on this later, but eyes are on South Africa internationally, right? We have this JP, which I'll explain what that is later. But we are going to have more access to climate finance and support internationally for our decarbonization. We need to be able to show internationally that we're serious about climate action. And one of the ways we do that is by legislating something like the climate change bill. But yeah, we'll get into kind of some of the gaps. So again, when it comes to the bill, obviously there are gaps, but gaps also mean opportunity, right? So as young people, we have to be looking for spaces to engage meaningfully, but also with some kind of an informed engagement, right? We're not just going to say, include us, but we need to, and this is what these spaces are about, is equipping young people to go into these spaces and say, actually, we're not just here for hope and for joy, we're here because we actually know what we're talking about, right? So obviously again, a lot of this is from the CER, and they've done a lot of consultation with communities as well, trying to figure out from a legal perspective what's missing and what we want to be added to the bill. So in terms of gaps, I think we all know the consultation process has not been wide enough. I don't know if any of you have been able to attend or have been able to submit comments. I think we did submit comments last year, but we haven't heard back on any of that. And the problem with consultation in this country is that there's often the information is issued with no time to convene. And we kind of were told like a week before, oh, you're now having to come and consult next week, but we don't have time to convene as young people and say, this is our position, this is how we're going into the space, and this is what we're going to be calling for, right? So I think the process of the bill itself has been critiqued. But then also if you look at the bill in detail, there's all of these provisions for like sectoral emission targets and like ministers to establish all of these emissions trajectories and all of these things, but there's no time frame. There's no deadlines for these things. So it's very difficult to call for things when there's no timeline, because government departments can just continue to say, yeah, we're working on it, right? So there's nothing that says, okay, whether in the next 5 years, you have to have the emissions of this department at this level. There's none of that. And then lastly, the bill, according to the CER and a lot of society organizations who have been working on it, the bill does not reflect the urgency of the climate crisis. It's not ambitious enough, and it doesn't actually allow us, to call for bigger things going forward. And that's what we're really looking for in national legislation, right? It's supposed to be aspirational. We're supposed to be able to use it in 10 years to call for things that we need. And then, so in terms of what we need to call for in the bill, and I'm saying this because consultations are coming up, there are more consultations, what we need to call for, and not to be prescriptive, but again, there are general things that as young people, we can go into these spaces and call for, and opportunities for engagement. So one of the things is that this is an opportunity to actually legislate penalties for emitting companies. So if we can kind of get that amended in the bill and make sure that there's some kind of enforcement of the rules on companies who emit with unabated, essentially. It's also an opportunity to call once again for the bill to be, and our legislation to be more urgent with timeframes, with deadlines, to kind of make sure that we're being ambitious about our climate action. And it's an opportunity to call for bigger targets. You know, if we can get these bigger targets legislated, it will really help our activism going forward. Again, related to one of the gaps is calling for responsibilities and mandates that are placed on organs of government. So actually saying, okay, this department, this is what you need to reduce, this department, this is your role, in a more practical way, which is in contrast to international policy where it's often very like, you can, or you don't have to. So national legislature, we can actually enforce these things. So speaking of the last opportunity is to consult. We have to be in the spaces for our voices to be heard. They are not coming to us. They are not going to come and look for us. They intentionally do not want us in these spaces. We have to make sure that we are keeping in contact with each other. So groups like TR, groups like, CAAP, but also Youth at SAYA, all of these groups who often get the information and then we can keep in contact and make sure we're finding ourselves in these spaces. So next slide. These are the dates for the consultations on the climate change bill. You'll see that 2 of them are already done. KZN consultations are coming up next week, and Gauteng 10 to 12 March, right? So once again, I urge you, if you are able to, I have a PDF of this, which I can send to you guys to share with like the actual venues and the times. I urge you once again, stay in contact with the relevant organizations and go into those consultations informed. Know what you're talking about, know what you want to call for, and there are resources for this. You don't have to do the work by yourself. You don't have to read through legal documents by yourself. There are legal NGOs who are doing this work. So that's the climate change bill. There's a lot more, so we can discuss more if we need to. But kind of the last thing I'll get onto is climate change bill is great, but the crux of the matter is that the just transition has to be financed. And how are we going to do that is through, hopefully, the Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is the JETP. Okay.
Can I ask you a question before you
Yes.
get on to it?
Yes.
So so you have climate change bill and you have climate change law. So what's the difference?
Climate change bill, climate change law.
Yeah. So what's the difference? I will go for the bill or law. Just I'm asking for in case someone is new in this.
Okay.
So what's the difference between a bill and the law? And if you can't answer it, it's okay. But what are the processes of putting together the bill and the law? What are the entire process up until you have something that you say this is what government is presented to all of us? Yeah.
Okay, good question. I'm sure there's some lawyers. Is Happy still here? I'm sure there's some lawyers in the room. But in terms of what a bill is not an act yet. So a law is an act, right? So once the climate change bill is done with consultations, once it's amended, and once it's accepted by Parliament, it will then become an act, which will then mean that it's climate change law. Right now, the bill means nothing.
Is the Climate Change Act legally binding?
So that will be national legislation, yeah. So it will be.
So the bill is not binding.
The bill at the moment is nothing. The bill is tabled. So what happens is, and please, if you're in the room and you know more, please correct me if I'm wrong. But essentially, the bill was tabled, and then it goes through consultations, and then it goes through the the provincial council. I think all of the heads of all the provinces, it's tabled there. If it's accepted, it goes back to Parliament and then and the National Assembly, and then it's opened again for consultations. So this is the consultations happening next week or for the rest of the month. This is the second round of consultations on the bill. In, I think it was May last year, they asked for comments and submissions and oral submissions, which is when people, so like CR, for example, would go into Parliament and actually make a submission on the bill. And that's, then it was amended, and now it's second round of comments. That makes sense. So it hasn't gone to, yeah, so Parliament has not approved this. They have not adopted it as national legislation yet. There's another question.
So same question is asked.
Please come closer to the microphone.
The question I want to ask is it's more the same question that they ask. I just want clarity. Am I wrong to say that a bill is an application for law?
It's basically, yeah. You should have answered. Can we continue? Okay, sorry, I'm trying not to take too much time, but so I hope that everyone has heard about the JET-P before. So obviously, in addition to a policy imperative that we have to have if we want climate action, you also need finance. The just transition has to be financed in some way, and this is where this piece of, and it's not legislation, but this kind, yeah, we kind of need to keep our eyes on this. And if you don't know, yeah, climate finance refers to local, national, or transnational financing drawn from public, private, and alternative sources of financing that seeks to support mitigation and adaptation efforts in the country, right? So first of all, what is the JET-P? So this was a deal to support the decarbonization of South Africa. It was initially announced at COP26 in 2021. We were then, as South Africa, given a year to come up with an investment plan. The idea was that there was $8.5 billion, which would be mobilized over 3 to 5 years. I think that's very often people get confused. We're not just getting given this amount of money. It's a commitment for them to mobilize that amount of money. And just to say it's a lot of money, but it's not nearly enough, right? We actually need, I think, around $84 billion over the next 5 years if we are to decarbonize in line with our NDCs, right? But that's essentially what it is. The investment plan was then launched in November 2022, right before it was taken to COP27 negotiations. And it's essentially a mix of conditional loans, commercial loans, grants, and guarantees, which we don't have to get into detail on. I think it's important to know who the stakeholders are. So you've got the IPG, which is the International Partners Group, and that's essentially, these are the countries that have committed to mobilizing the money, right? It's the UK, USA, France, Germany, and the EU. And they are essentially who we had to negotiate with once we had the investment plan. You then have public finance institutions. So these are, for example, development banks. So the African Development Bank, for example, or the DBSA, Development Bank of South Africa, they are going to play a role in the implementation of this money, right? Because it will not only go through our national treasury, it will also go through public finance institutions. That's important to know because of regulation, right? And then you've got the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team, and they were essentially tasked with writing the investment plan. And then you've got the PCC, which is the Presidential Climate Commission, who are kind of tasked with oversight of these kinds of deals. And consulting.
Can I just add a comment? Because it's related to both the JET-P and the PCC and the climate change goals. I would like to add it. But currently the PCC and the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team don't necessarily have the legal basis to achieve any of the NDCs without the climate change bill being passed. So the climate change bill has to be passed to give the PCC and the Presidential Finance Task Team the actual legal basis to achieve those goals. Right now, there's just almost like entities that exist that are trying to do this, but they don't have like the the legal base. Sorry if I'm going to add that, but it was like relevant.
No problem. Yeah. So we go to the next slide. So as I said, the investment plan is really what, as young people, again, we're not lawyers and we're not finance people. But again, there's organizations who have done this work. So the IEJ, who's part of CAAP, have done a lot of this work of looking at the investment plan and figuring out what are the gaps and figuring out what it's really saying, okay? So I don't know if any of you actually attended the consultations last year, but one of the big things is we were calling for the investment plan to be released before it goes to CAAP. That never happened. It was released the day before. And we were kind of called to consultations to consult on a document we didn't have, right? So we were kind of saying, oh, this is what we hope is in there. And anyway, we can discuss that further. But yeah, we would have really been calling for a lot of the money to be grant-based, which would mean that we wouldn't be tying ourselves again into a lot of national debt. The findings from the IEJ was that, as expected, that was not the case. Only 4% of the money is grants. The rest is commercial loans and guarantees, which is really problematic because we need to talk about what that means for our national debt, which we have a lot of debt already. We also find from the investment plan that there are 3 main objectives of the plan. The first being the electricity sector, the second electric vehicles, and the third is green hydrogen. And what is also found by the IEJ is that right now it's predominantly an infrastructure plan, which we need stronger infrastructure, but we also need justice outcomes from a just energy transition plan. What we found is that only 0.1 and 0.3% of the loan is actually going to what we would call the justice aspects, and this is in the form of economic diversifications and skills development. When really it should have been more money should be going to things like a cushion for workers who are going to lose their jobs, basic income grant, for example, or some kind of social security, some kind of way that we're making sure that society is still taken care of while we are making this transition. So the next slide, again, we're going to talk about some of the gaps. So as I've mentioned, justice is not in the IP. This is not a just energy transition plan at the moment. It's an energy transition plan at the moment. To a certain extent, it promotes privatization, or not promotes, but allows for, leaves space for privatization, which again is a problem. If we're trying to transition from a justice approach, we need social ownership, and we need community access, right? Again, the consultation, communities and civil society have been left out of the conversation about the actual IP. It seems that probably business was consulted on the actual IP. We don't know that. And then the IP does not adequately address energy access issues, or as I said, the justice aspect or the social aspect of what we need in an energy transition plan. What we can call for, I can see Ivana and Mo looking at me. My time, I have 2 more slides. And so what we can call for, again, climate finance is a really important part of climate action. It's a very difficult aspect, and it's really been left up to experts, but it's time that young people are able to speak on these issues and speak confidently. So we need to use this moment, and even if you aren't able to, go to these consultations, we actually need to use this moment to educate, right? We need to use this moment and use the IP, use the JP deal as a tool for popular education, right? So when you talk about policy, you also have to talk about education. Then it's also about, this is the moment that we actually look at how we implement some kind of deal like this. This is it's the first of its kind, right? It's already being suggested around the world. So this is really going to set the standard for how these kinds of deals go forward, and it sets the standard for how finance comes to the global south. So we really need to set a good standard for ourselves here, and then develop a principled approach to that civil society can kind of follow, right? As I said, we're not finance people. So we can't go in and say this percentage, this is what a guarantee means, this is what a grant means. But we can say, in principle, this is what we want this kind of deal to follow. We want it to be human rights based. We want it to be gender responsive. We want it to empower young people to not only survive the climate crisis, but we want it to create jobs, for example. And then obviously to consult. I'm gonna skip the principles because I'll just share the, you can go to the next one. I'm just going to share again, consultation dates. Next week, we have I think the youth one is already over, but there has been a commitment, Lady, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's going to be a follow-up youth consultation. Next week, Wednesday, on the 1st of March, will be the civil society information sharing on the deal. And then on the 27th of March, it's not on that specific calendar, but on the 27th of March is when the civil society, the consultation will happen. Not a lot of people know this. The investment plan is being revised. These consultations will inform a new version. So that is something we have to keep our eyes on when that investment plan comes and how we then start to look at implementing. I had another slide, but I'm going to stop there for questions. It's just talking about like general opportunities, but we've kind of covered it. So that's fine.
Okay, yes, this is the slide that we need.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should I speak?
Thank you so much for that, Courtney. It was really comprehensive. Okay, so because we are far behind schedule, I'm just going to say briefly 5 minutes Q&A, and then 10 minutes we need to establish the calls to action. So it's 2:02, right? So questions from the floor or online, please raise your hand.
Yeah, so I think
another the same request.
So what I'm saying is that I think we need to start differentiating between just energy transition and the just transition, right? So I know that, for example, the JET IP is 100% on mitigation, which is the energy side, and we can question the justness of the energy transition, but and we've seen that as we've started, moving along in the just transition space, that the just transition, which includes, like, for example, other sectors such as tourism, economic diversification, which is minimally included in the investment plan. I think maybe because, there's a lot of technical stuff that goes into the mitigation part of things. For example, there's GHG emissions, and that the main focus is on decommissioning of power stations and closing down of coal mines. But I think what I'm trying to say is that maybe our focus is youth, right? So which I think it comes back to the African context, where everyone has been complaining, and I think from COP26 that said that actually a small part of the climate finance that comes into the African continent, it doesn't actually go to adaptation, right? So, and that's where a lot of youth are actually playing, a lot of role there. For example, in the water space, people are impacted by floods and droughts, right? Youth are impacted by those climate impacts. So how can we channel maybe our discussion, not focusing more on the energy transition? I know that, we're focusing more on the energy transition and trying to say that we need to have a voice as youth in the energy transition and trying to critique the investment plan, right? But what if maybe we channel our discussion and centering our arguments on adaptation, within the frameworks of the just transition, not the just energy transition, because the two concepts are different. So I just wanted to make that submission.
Thank you.
I think there were a lot of questions during the presentation, so maybe.
Yeah. Okay, so do you have, Mandy, you have a question?
Just it's a comment, I guess, adding to what he was saying, that when you're showing the page of the different different laws or policies, a lot of them were speaking about energy when it pertains to climate change, but climate change affects the other sectors, which I think maybe is what he's trying to allude to. So when you speak about climate change and the climate change bill, do they only take the cause into account, or is it also the effects? Sorry.
So as far as I know right now, the climate change bill is supposed to also manage adaptation. So that's why, and you're very right that we do need to be looking at mitigation as well as adaptation, because adaptation is what's affecting us now. So the climate change bill is supposed to look at both. Yeah.
Okay. If we don't have any more inputs online, we will probably jump to calls to action. Okay. Let me type it in the chat, but it's the same question except just replace global with national climate policy. Where is it?
You spoke about consultations. Yes, you're speaking about the consultation regarding the bill, right? So I just wanted to ask, in terms of like engaging, right? I'm a normal youth, right? I'm in varsity. How can I get involved in the consultation, and contribute meaningfully?
So these consultations are meant to be public events. They're meant to be in easy to access places where anyone can walk in off the street and listen. So I will send them the dates and with the venues, and you can go. And you can, so as I said, depends on which one you want to attend. There are resources. So if you want to look at the IP, probably IEJ is the best. But if you want to look at the climate change bill, climatelaw.org.za has summaries of the climate change bill. And you'll be able to, and I mean, you can have it on your phone. These consultations are also supposed to provide a space for people to speak, right? So if you want to stand up with your phone and read something off, you can do that. Right now, they're not doing written submissions. As far as I know, that's already passed. But these like in-person consultations will have people there who should be taking notes on what the public is saying.
Okay, just to get a sense of how people are feeling in the room, we're going to say how you feel, but in the form of the weather. So I'm feeling partly cloudy, and we're going to do it very quickly. You'll start off with Courtney. And I was going to say partly cloudy. Then go this way, but quickly.
Gosh, gloomy.
Partly cloudy with a chance of rain.
Just partly cloudy. Hot. Okay. What? Okay.
It's very cloudy.
Very cloudy.
It's cloudy.
It's still very hot.
So sunny, it's Friday today.
It's sunny. I want to feel like I'm at the beach, and get all this information.
Yes, guys.
Okay. I feel partly cloudy because the trans was fun.
Okay, no, yes, guys, this side.
Okay, cool. Remain standing, please. Windy. So I don't know, people are unstuck, they can probably hear me online. So who of you guys have experienced or know someone that has experienced an extreme weather event? So I'm talking about a flood, a drought, a heat wave, what others are there? So if you've experienced that, or if you know someone personally that experienced that, raise your hand. Okay. Where was that?
In my area.
What's your area's name? You, where was that?
All three, Durban.
Durban.
KZN. In our neighborhood, Bethlehem, when it's raining, it's floods.
Yeah, in Limpopo.
Okay. Any more? One more? Yes? Victoria. Okay. Have a seat. Thank you. What does that tell you? Anything that you've mentioned either happens subnationally or it happens locally. So the impacts of climate change, yes, and this is what I said earlier. You experience droughts, you experience floods Some areas are more prone to floods, such as KZN. Some areas are more prone to drought, such as Limpopo, such as Cape Town. But climate change will increase extreme weather events in severity, frequency, and duration. So it will make it longer. You'll experience those happening even more. And I don't know what is another symbol for severe. So basically that's what's happening. But you are experiencing it locally. And that's when we talk about local climate policy and why local climate policy is important, because it affects you directly and it affects people that you know directly. Okay, I'm Shamlani, I'm on local climate policy. So I'll introduce myself. You don't need to read out my bio. So I work at a company called Endowment Inclusive South Africa, and our focus is green entrepreneurial development. My focus areas is climate policy, climate finance, and the just transition. My work that is more relevant to this presentation is that I actually used to work in local government. So I was part of the climate change planning team at the city of Cape Town. So because of that, my focus will focus mainly on metropolitans. So you get local government, you get them at district level, at local level, metro level. I'll speak at the city level, basically, because that's where my experience lies. So, okay, go to the next slide. Okay, so what am I going to be talking about? We're going to talk about how does climate change look like in the local context. I think we can skip a bit of that because we've kind of spoken about it, and I don't want to speaking too much. I also need to leave pretty soon to go pick up my daughter. Local government's climate change response. How is local government responding, but mainly from a city perspective? Youth engagement in local climate policy. How can we engage in local climate policy? And what are the limitations and opportunities for us to engage? Okay, so framing climate change in the local context. And I told you I'm going to be speaking about cities. So cities account for 70% of South Africa's economic activity. That's where the money lies. And because of that 70%, that means that cities are mainly carbon intensive. So they use a lot of electricity to keep up those businesses that pumps our economy. The transport routes quite significant within cities. And that's mainly why we have 37% of South Africa's energy is consumed by cities. 46% of South Africa's electricity is consumed by cities. And 52% of South Africa's petrol are consumed by cities. 52% of South Africa's population stands within cities, but yet cities only makes up 4.6% of South Africa's land area. Just to know, there is the difference, and he was actually one of the authors in that publication. So if you want to know more, ask her rather than me. Okay, coming to the next slide. Okay, so we spoke about this from climate change impacts, and these are the headlines that I took from different online news articles. It says heat waves in South Africa, so that's more than South African level, but then they're talking about floods in KZN, they're talking about dates in Limpopo, and they're talking about floods, fires, and droughts in the Garden Range. So, cities, there are highs of activity, but there are also significant contributors to South Africa's emissions. And it's also the places where most of the climate change impacts are being felt. Not only cities, but I'm talking about your districts, your towns, your secondary cities, etc. So how is local climate change response? The one thing that I need to mention is that there is a relationship. What happens at the global level, and Courtney alluded to this earlier, trickles down to the national level, trickles down to the local level. So what I think you need to remember here is, when we'll talk about, remember the national governments one. National governments responsible for overarching policy and global framework regulation supervision of other two spheres. Basically, that means they're in charge of policy development and oversight of provincial government and local government. But what's important about what happens at local government is that there's a significant focus on implementation. because local government is responsible for service delivery that is associated with your climate sectors. So your water, transport, your water, your electricity, your waste, those sectors. That's what makes them significant. And that's why that is the spaces that we have access to and that we need to be playing in as well. Okay, I think we can go to the next slide. Okay, so during my time working at the City of Cape Town, the City of Cape Town alongside, at the time there was only 4 metros, and I think there was another one that joined later, which I cannot pronounce correctly. But basically they're part of a global program called the C40 Deadline 2020 program, and the aim behind that program is to develop climate change action plans that are in alignment with the Paris Agreement. So you see that connection between what happens down here and what happens on top of it. And basically that looks at net zero by 2050 and climate resilience. That's basically, let's bring our emissions down and let's build stronger communities that can actually adapt to the impacts of climate change. In a nutshell, that's what it is. But this graph here, it's really old, 2000 to 2012. But I thought it was very useful for you to kind of look at how the expansion of energy and climate change mitigation strategies amongst municipalities over a period of time. So basically it's looking at how has climate change mitigation strategies actually been developed. So you can see there's an increased growth within or among cities to actually develop climate mitigation policy. So we are not doing this and then we are going all the way up. And you see that increasingly so. Okay, can you do the next slide? Okay, so basically I didn't touch a lot on what local government is doing in terms of action planning. My main experience lies in that Deadline 2040 program, but I'm sure there's a lot of other things that is happening at local and district level. What I mostly want to focus on is how do we get involved as young people in that processes, because that is a process that we are closest to. And I wish Jody was online. Jody took all the words right out of my mouth and out of my presentation. So Jody works in subnational government or provincial. So a lot of the things that he said are things that I experienced within the City of Cape Town as well. And that's on those presentations as well. But basically, the thing about involvement in policy development. So it starts at policy development and then it stops. What happens after you have supported government to develop a policy? How do you get involved afterwards? And that is the conversation that people don't really talk about. What is our involvement as young people in policy implementation, and what is our involvement in policy monitoring and evaluation? Come full circle. Okay, so policy development has an enabling. I'm going to repeat a lot of the same things. So there was a lot of talk this morning about meaningful engagement and what that means. And you'll see a lot of the first one talks about meaningful participation to result in youth responsive climate policy. Know what climate responsiveness looks like. Youth responsiveness looks like. Know what meaningful participation looks like. And we had a lot of conversations about that. And one thing that struck me was that your comment about meaningful engagement being subjective, that it's kind of at the individual level. And while we all have our own definition of meaningful engagement, I would like to think that there are a few commonalities amongst ourselves. And maybe that is what we present and push forward. What are the common things amongst young people that they find meaningful? And I really wanted to, part of my presentation, to touch on what that means, but because of that comment this morning, I cannot generalize meaningful participation. So I'd rather let everyone else decide what that means for themselves and try to find a common position on that. and then do your homework and go prepared. So Courtney spoke about this as well. Understand your local context. Know what sectors is resulting in greenhouse gas emissions and know what the climate change impacts are in your community. Also understand the linkage between national, provincial, local. And then understand local government processes and mandates. I cannot tell you how many times I've been in an engagement session when we developed the City of Cape Town Action Plan, and there's a comment about the City of Cape Town addressing load shedding or addressing the train crisis in Cape Town. That is not the mandate at the time. Was not the mandate of local government. National government looks at energy generation, where local government mainly looks at energy distribution. Exactly. PRASA is a national government mandate. So go in there, be well informed, and know this is what local government can actually do, and this is what they cannot do. Policy implementation. So this comes back to what happens after the policy is developed. And I or all youth recognize as an implementation partner. And I must commend the City of Johannesburg. I don't know what that process was like, and I cannot say whether it was meaningful. But if you do an analysis or youth responsive analysis of the City of Johannesburg Action Plan, if you just search the word youth, it pops up 172 times. Try that with any other number. They did that. They did that. If you look at actions within that action plan, certain actions, youth are actually listed as an implementing partner. So those are the kind of things that you look out for when you're doing an analysis of local climate policy. How youth responsive is this? And I don't have a link up there, but I can definitely share some documents with people who are interested in policy analysis. What does youth engagement in policy implementation look like? That's the other thing that we struggle to understand. So I'm an implementing partner, but what does that actually look like? What is my contribution to that implementation of that policy? And I always say, focus on your students. And that's kind of subjective too. But as young people, what do we have that is significant that we can really draw on? For me, one of the things is we play a very key role in climate change education. And there's a lot of that we can do. Someone spoke about how do we engage people in, I don't know, what is it? In rural areas, yes. How do we engage people in rural areas? So I would say climate education, but I think the young people within that rural area needs to stand up as community champions. That's one of the roles that they can play, especially with this trust deficits between government and local communities. Use the people that's within your area to push that agenda. Don't get people from outside to come inside. Focus on your strengths with community champions. Check if priority actions are included in municipality IDPs. Okay, so what is an IDP? An integrated development plan. What does an IDP do? It's basically the 5-year plan of your municipality. How many of you know what your municipality's IDP looks like? With a raise of hands.
A lot of municipalities don't even have them. It's mostly the metros. It's mostly the metros.
That's a valid point. My partner comes from Coastal Bay. That's in Mount Easy. That's the northern coast of KZN. They have an IDP. It's one of the most ruinous areas that you can find. So you do find it in smaller towns. But of course, there probably are more that are captured. Okay, but know your IDP. So when I was looking at the City of Cape Town, and I'll make a lot of reference to that because that's where my experience lies. I remember before I left there, we were just finalizing the final integrated development plan. So it doesn't only look at climate change, it looks at all the sectors that, or all the areas where departments work, that all the projects that those departments will focus on for the next 5 years, right? So what I remember was when there was a project that had a climate focus, they would add this leaf component, almost like the climate target, you know? So that was their way of saying we are kind of integrating or mainstreaming climate change across our IDP, you know? And when you get involved in the implementation, the other thing about the IDP is very important for implementation because it's kind of your go-to book when you want to advocate for something. I don't know how to put this. Also, and I don't fully remember this process, your IDP is linked to the budget allocation as well. So if there's a project that you are advocating for and it's not in the IDP, it won't necessarily be prioritized, if that makes sense. That's the summary version of it. So know what your IDP says and is your IDP climate responsive. Okay. And then policy, monitoring and evaluation. Advocate for the inclusion of youth responsive indicators. We spoke about that earlier this morning. How do you track implementation? You know, during that process of the development of the policy, suggest youth responsive indicators. Indicators that actually mean something to you as a young person, that you feel is important for them to include in that climate policy. Support with data collection. If there's anything that is lacking in South Africa and in Africa, is the fact that we don't have sufficient data. We also don't have the monitoring and evaluation system set up. And as I'm talking about it at local level, to actually track information. And it's mostly the metros that have that in place, but I'm talking about the smaller towns, not necessarily. So support with data collection. If you're on a network of young people and this youth responsive indicators that you see you want tracked within the policy, develop a survey, get the data, whatever the case may be, send it to government, whatever. Hold government accountable. Implementation happens, it will happen as they say it will happen. You know, understand why it didn't happen the way it was supposed to. Next slide. I feel like I'm over my 15 minutes. Oh, but it's fine. This is my last slide. What are youth limitations in local government policy and how can we respond? And this is where Jody Brown comes in. This is where he spoke a lot about the things that I wanted to speak about. The fact remains that there is a lack of human and financial capacity within local government to engage meaningfully. And Jody spoke about his team of 6 people. At the city of Cape Town, there are around 4 or 5 people within that department, and you cannot engage every single person. And also, you don't have the money to really do that. So how do we respond to that? And this is where I really like the work that Sai does with that side about convening and YCC as well that come on board. You know, there is power in numbers, people. Convene people, gather sufficient information, sufficient call for action from a collective of people. And that is kind of the document that people will be like, this has actually been endorsed by so many organizations and so many young people. This is the one that they actually go, this most likely will be taken into consideration. Weighing that up against one individual, this one was here, over here. So there is power in numbers. In most cases, local governments simply don't know how to engage, who to engage, and how to engage, and how to reach them. Coming back to Jody's point about we don't know where to go to, basically. And I remember this, I had one of my colleagues said to me when they were developing the transport strategy, and I think that side was part of that as well, and a few other people, I think ACA. So who are the young people that we can reach out to for this, you know? And because it was specifically on transport, I say, develop a youth organization database within your area or in your municipality and their associated interests. So if you are a youth organization that specifically focuses on transport, it's easy for any government or local government to take that out and say, okay, we'd like to engage you because you've worked significantly in transport or whatever the case may be. Provide the resources. After that, similarly, develop the resource on meaningful engagement. And I think as Findiwe talked about guidelines and focus on how and provide practical guidelines on how people can, or how local government can engage you. Then, lastly, we often find that there's competing priorities within municipalities. Why climate change? You spoke about this earlier. We don't have food to eat. I don't have a job. Why do I need to focus on climate change? You know, and people that are at the helm of leadership usually take those kind of things into consideration, you know. So that's why my comment on competing priorities, especially if it's in line with political agendas, and therefore the resources gets directed to those competing priorities. So how do we respond to that? My suggestion, and I'm sure there's a lot more, is use your right to vote. What you're seeing in local, I don't know what elections, if it's national elections that's happening in Nigeria at the moment, there's a campaign that has started, #vote for climate. So we won't vote you into power if you do not prioritize climate change. Okay, so that's one way. I'm sure there's different other ways to do that. When is local elections coming up? Next year. Remember that when local, and you read through all those manifestos, remember that. And then lastly, limitations of youth engagement. Sometimes that limitations are created by young people themselves. Why? There's competing interest. There's a competition for grant funding. People work in silos, some people don't always want to work together and collaborate. Coming back to the point of a lot of people say this, always see the same faces. And trust me, in a couple of months' time, you're going to sit in a room and I'm going to be standing here in front and you're probably going to see my face again. Because that's how it goes. But what do we do to respond to that? It's so important for us to share opportunities with other people and to kind of step back and say, okay, so you're doing engagement on just transition, just energy transition. Who are the most vulnerable people to that? In Mpumalanga province. I come from Cape Town, and I come back to someone else's comment. I come from Cape Town. What do I know about the just energy transition in Mpumalanga province and what those people are experiencing every single day? Yes, while it's important to have young people represent you, we also need to take into consideration positionality. Am I in the position to speak for that person? There's Sophie. Sophie, please stand up. Let me introduce you to Sophie. So Sophie is a student doing a master's research in the University of yes, that's in the Netherlands. Her focus is on the just transition. Last week I went with Sophie. Was it last week, Sophie? My company is supporting her with a bit of coordination of that work. We interviewed a few people. Someone in Cape Town is not going to give us the same inputs that Alice gave us in Mpumalanga. They're not going to give us the practical actions or the realistic gaps on the ground. I won't be able to do that. I can contribute a bit now because of my work done there and my work with Sophie, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can have a seat, Sophie, but just so that we know who you are. But also Sophie will be doing a master's research. This is not a pitch, but if Sophie, if they're interested in that and it's finalized, they can read it, right? Okay. So coming back to that thing about same people all the time, create the spaces, open the spaces, direct sound. So that's my opportunity to say, okay, just transition. Okay, I actually think this person is more suitable for that. Rather speak to her than speak to me. Don't always take up the space. And yeah, I think I'm going to leave it at that. There's a lot to be done. But please feel free to, I'm always willing to engage anyone if they want to know, resources, whatever the case may be. But yeah, I think that I need to leave. But it has been a very engaging day. This is the kind of work that pumps my blood. It pumps my blood. And I get excited about these kind of things. So thank you very much for inviting me, WWF. This is my final say off. YCC, WWF SA, CAN, IEJ collaboration team. And thank you to you all. This is actually the second workshop, right? I think, in the boot camp work. But it's a step in the right direction of meaningful youth engagement. Meaningful engagement, yes, we are not there, but there is growing interest in it. And I've seen it at government level as well. While we are not there full circle, but we are getting there. The other thing is, Courtney spoke about the climate change goal. I forgot to put this in my slide, but she also spoke about the climate change goal says local government needs to develop a vulnerability assessment, and then based on that and whatever else, they need to develop an implementation plan. There's an opportunity for you guys to engage in your local municipalities on that kind of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation, Shamila. Some really practical points have been made. I think especially the last slide. Can you share the last slide? Did you stop sharing your screen? Okay, that would be really helpful because right now, so we can do like a brief Q&A. I know Shamila has to leave, but we can still discuss. Okay, so can we do the Q&A?
Do my input then if we need to call questions.
Okay, sure.
I wanted to comment. Oh, sorry. No, please go ahead. With the last bit that you said that we are our own worst enemy with not sharing opportunities around. Another side of that is that we do. I know in my organizations you can't do everything. Yeah. And you share, and you're like, hey guys, this is opportunity, and then silence. Hey guys, why don't you just silence? So sometimes the people that you're trying to share with and trying to uplift, maybe they're busy or I don't know. Sometimes there's a gap in that trying to share those opportunities as well. And it's nothing you can actually do about it. That's what happens.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Do we have any points from the?
No, I just have one. I think two. So I think first of this was a great presentation. I think
Please raise your voice, or you know the drill.
Yeah. So, I just want to, because I see that the rural voice is not in the room, right? So I saw that I think in the first second slide you said that the cities contribute 70% of the emissions, right?
Of economy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I missed it.
But I think it's a third of emissions. I'm looking at 35%. Maybe.
Yeah, so I think that the rural voice needs to come across in some of these engagements. Right. So yeah, but it was a good presentation.
Thank you. Very much. Okay, yes.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Sandra and I'm from the city of Gurumeli, the Gatlong Township. So I have a comment actually. It's really quite disheartening to be a youth activist in low-income communities. Number one, she touched on developing resources like position papers. I have done something like that, and guess what? They just read it and put it on top of the table. I've had communication with people in higher positions who have more influence than local government administrators. But what they do is they only come and help you for the sake of tokenism. Like I've experienced that, and it really hurts because we have this conversation like, oh, we're like, oh my God, you're so ambitious about this. Like, we're just so happy to have someone who's focusing on climate change in this township, and then that's it. And then I remember this other time I went to local government and I was told that I was too ambitious. So imagine being told that you're too ambitious for change. So it is really quite disheartening because like all those responses, majority of which she has mentioned, they've been tried and tested. And guess what? Nothing has come to the resolution. And also one of the biggest challenges, okay, I'm not really 100% sure, but I know that in the Gauteng township, we really do not have environmental sustainability and organizations that focus on topics of policy, mainly focus on HIV and AIDS, GBV, whatsoever. So the moment you go to there, we have to start from scratch, educate them about climate change, policy, of which it is exhausting because you really cannot find other people who are going to help, right? Yeah, but I think at the same time, and I do believe that it is also us young people who are setting limitations for ourselves by not participating. But at the same time, when you participate, being the only person on the floor, it takes away all your energy and also contributes to your mental health because you can't really do it alone. So that's one of the limitations we face coming from low-income communities.
Can I just quickly respond to this? And I think it was a comment this morning about how do we engage sleeping youth? How do we engage sleeping communities? And I think that comes back to my comment about people have other priorities that other more immediate challenges. And for me, and I always say this about how do we communicate climate change to people? You don't always need to use the word climate change when you talk about climate change, because climate change is interlinked with so many other things. It's interlinked with food security. It's interlinked with jobs. Talk to people about jobs. Talk to people about food security. Talk to people about water. You know, those things that actually mean something to them, that it can actually resonate with them. Because if you go in there and you say climate change, I'm not going to listen to you when I have a hungry stomach.
Okay.
Okay, yes. It's not actually a debate name, but what she's talking about, it's tried, guys. I always talk about green jobs because I have a project going on whereby I convert illegal dumping sites to green spaces. So it's always that topic. Even with my mother, there was like a heat wave. It was like, you see, we need trees. We need to plant trees. If we had a tree in the yard, would be chilling under the shade, enjoying our life, but now it's too hot. And she was like, oh, that is actually quite true. Even older people, when I speak about climate change, I try to contextualize it in the most, how can I put it, in the most simplest form so they can understand. They understand those things. But I don't know, guys. I just feel like, I just don't know. It's just one of those dilemmas. Yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Coming from the township, I think it's also a matter of—
project your voice.
Coming from the township, I also think it's a matter of how information is delivered and how people understand it. I agree with you totally that it's use words or use like a message where people can understand what you're saying. As much as a person can also— we were talking about it outside, and the person will respond and say, but what is that going to do for me? How am I going to benefit from that? Because they don't see the initial picture now. But then that's a challenge that we need to stay focused on at the local level, is always always reinforce it so that people can understand it, teach them. There's nothing more than teaching people information. You know, at some point they're bound to get it, to understand. So now the thing is, when we were talking about how successful engagement is, where I said we're at 50% level. People come in and then they tell us and then they leave. Only 2 people understand that at the end of the day. And even when we go and translate it to someone else, we can't translate it fully, because that person will ask us a question and I'll be like, but I don't know. I don't know what happens after that. I don't know. We understand. So I think the government should implement a regular message. Like, it should be regulated at schools, at clinics, government, like everywhere. Yes, everywhere you're going, where you going to the police station. I don't know how, but then just always have that message running so that people can understand it and like break it down for them in a manner where they understand better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we are now pretty much over, right?
but we need to write down our calls to action because we didn't make any for the national. So I hope that you were, thinking about it in the back of your mind. We'll be writing these down on this side, on that side as well. If you want to pop them in the chat online, please feel free to. Where's my marker? Should we remind you guys what the question is? Yes. Okay, right. So the first question was how do we, can you scroll up? There you go. Oh, there you go. How to improve engagement of South African youth in national climate policy processes. So Courtney gave a really great presentation outlining also like general climate policy processes in South Africa, but also the key ones that are very relevant right now. So JETP, JETP-IP, and we have the climate change bill. Yes. So how do we improve engagement of South African youth in those climate policy processes? Yes,
I would answer the question by saying building on existing work. Like the previous speaker said, thank you for that amazing presentation, by the way. We had processes like, and I'm going to preach like this because it's my baby, but the JY-CAP and the SAY-CAP.
You're going to say it.
I'm going to say it. It's my baby, guys. For those of you that don't know, the Johannesburg Youth Climate Action Plan was a process that was convened with the municipality of Johannesburg as they were developing their climate action plan to get youth involved in there. That process then led to the national governmental South African Youth Climate Action Plan, which was basically this process of involving almost every single institution that you can think of, every NGO, like it was the thing, and to get like a collective youth voice. So my answer to the question and my call to action would be to be building on existing work, because it's so easy, especially as young people, because we get so passionate and we don't realize, and I think you said it about working alone, and it's very nerve-wracking. And I think one thing that we need to realize is actually there's a hell of a lot of people that have the same interests. Sometimes we just need to be connecting with them and using these platforms to get there, and then building on that network. So even if I am in this place and you're in that place, we can come together and like do beautiful things together. But yeah, just building on existing work instead of, I don't know if I can add on, I know I'm taking up too much time, but like for policy's sake also, like we spoke a lot about climate education today. And that's something that young people can do and can implement a lot. The thing is though, is that at every single boot camp, at every single event, at every single workshop, we all preach climate education. And I think there needs to be some sort of convening point where we say, okay, now moving forward, what can we build upon? Because everybody has been saying climate education. Let's actually take that further and get everybody together and decide what implementing climate education looks like, and actually be those climate ambassadors, someone said it, and local ambassadors to actually deliver those implementations within our local communities. I'm sorry I'm preaching, but I was very passionate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We have a hand online.
All right.
It's from Tyler.
Hi, thank you. I just maybe wanted to add on to what Zahir just said on especially on the education point, or more broadly, is that a lot of the solutions I've heard come up today, we keep, and I think all of us as activists defer to government. Government should do this. They should do this for education. They should do that without looking towards ourselves. And I know like capacity with youth is limited, capacity on NGOs is limited, and capacity within government itself is limited. So I think one thing to start doing and definitely exploring as a logical collective, bearing in mind what Zia has also just said of building on previous work, is building our relationships a lot more and using each other's network a lot better to get things done, because there's no way government's going to reform education by themselves without consulting the people who are actually like teaching or doing the educating, or doing the people that are saying, well, this is the stuff we need in the curriculum. With the government can't just do that by themselves. So I think there's a lot that we can do in terms of suggesting government do it, but at the same time, as horrible as it is to say, at the state of how our participation happens, we have to lead the way. With the JY-CAP example, that process happened because we were in part, Youth at SIRE and the Global Change Institute at the University of Wits kind of partnered together and said, okay, we want young people involved, and them lobbying for young people and for us allowed it to be a youth-led process. So it wasn't the academics saying, okay, we want youth to do this thing. It was like, okay, we want you to work with them, but we're going to let the youth run with this and lead this and come up with what they want to come up with. And I think we need a lot more of that, of using and exploiting the existing connections and the people that we know that are in the room and have those connections and being like, I want this change. So it takes a while to build those connections, but we know in this room already, and the people who've given presentations already have a lot of the connections we can exploit. So that's what I wanted to add. Thanks.
Thanks, Tyler.
Can I ask a question to the floor? So based on both of these inputs, what does working together mean? So how do we use our networks to our strength? Like the practicalities of that, what does that actually mean?
I was about to suggest almost what we did last year at the boot camp, because essentially we created a WhatsApp group which essentially connected us, and still are connected and able to talk. So I don't know if it would be convenient to have something like that. I imagine having a website would be expensive, but WhatsApp is fairly reachable to almost everyone, where, let's say, everyone who was in the workshop maybe is added onto the group chat, and then we know, okay, these are the people who are there. We have certain experts and so forth. So you know, when you want to deal or when you want to get information about a specific area, you know the people that you can go to. Essentially, it's like building a network, right? And I just wanted to add to what you were saying, like everybody was preaching education, which I think is very important. Again, to make it a bit more serious, like they said, you can't always like just rely on government to do everything, right? Like we also have to start and see where we end up. But I was suggesting that it also speaks to something that Mumboni said. I don't know if it's still here, but then implementing climate change as like in part of the curriculum, or make it an independent standing curriculum, right? So I don't know if any of us have any expertise or any experiences, but I think it would be really helpful if there was perhaps a curriculum that we say, okay, this is the climate change curriculum, including like the bills, the law, policies, whatever is under climate change that we need to make a change. We put it in like a nice curriculum, and then we go to a gym tech and say, Nancy. You know, I know it's like bold, but I feel like that's the only things are going to happen if we are bold and actually do things.
Okay. Can you say that you want us to develop a curriculum?
Yeah, you can just, yeah, that's short, yeah. Curriculum and network amongst the people who are who are participating in the workshop, so that we know, okay, we have industry experts and so forth.
All right.
If everybody's comfortable.
No, I'm gonna write it down. Yes.
All right,
that side of the table. Are you writing over there?
I just want to direct us to Courtney.
So in the interest of making use of our networks and not duplicating work, we have just developed a curriculum that fits within the current like national curriculum of schools for grade 10 and 11. No, that's great. It's integrated. Literally tomorrow is our first training with teachers in Cape Town on how to teach the curriculum. So I'm happy to share that curriculum and put you in contact with the people in our team who are running with it. It's already got an accreditation, and it has like, I think, teaching points. I can't remember what they're called. But essentially, we're now trying to get it into local schools. And that's something that youth can champion.
Send us the link, so we can send it to everyone when we send you all the things.
All the things we promised.
Yeah. It is a lot of Just give us a week, guys.
Give us some time. Anyone else? Okay, look.
Yes, right here.
Does somebody else want to go?
Was it just?
No, there were lots of hands.
Yeah, there were like 3 hands.
Why did you guys put them down so quickly?
Back up first.
Put my inputs. I put 2 inputs on Mentimeter. Don't ask me how I was able to put 2, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So then and then I'll wait for the Google Doc form as well, just to add more
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for coming.
See you all together again somewhere and to see your faces more. Guys, don't be scared.
You all about that.
Please, please.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
I think for answering this question in terms of
guys, we're still busy.
Okay, yes, Basni can go.
Answering your question in terms of what does working together mean, I think we all have different organizations that we all work with, or even as individuals. We need to firstly understand the rules of engagement. I think setting a standard of rules of engagement would be ideal in terms of understanding that there's people that have their commitments, and when we come together, it would be like a time dedicated for that, in order for all of us to equally contribute and be effective in the changes that we actually want to implement.
Thank you. Lengi?
All right, yeah, so I was now go back to the national call to action. It's particularly around providing comments for national policies in place, bills, and on whatever is required. Is that I think the lesson that we learned in this month around the just military partnership engagement is that organize it, and I'm trying to put responsibilities on us, so that because we can hold each other accountable, while the easiest to hold each other accountable before we can even go to a national government. For those of us that are already organized organizations with the SAIA, African Climate Alliance, with Climate Champions, all these organizations that are working in cultural form, because we are more likely to hear about this information, about what engagements are happening around the space. It is our responsibility, one, to ensure that we get as many young people galvanized in being able to comment in the spaces. I think what our strength is, what we learned 2 weeks ago, was that before, when we hear that there's going to be a consultation with young people, before we go into that consultation, we should gather ourselves and do a capacity building session for ourselves, so that by the time we go into that space, many young people are understanding the concepts and the issues that are going to be discussed, so that when your PCCs and your DFFE are engaging us, they can actually get meaningful feedback from us. Because I think one of the reasons why there's now a second consultation is that the first consultation with the PCCs is that it was too technical. No one understood what was going on. Only a few of us understood what they were presenting about. Which then resulted in them having to provide a second consultation, because they received more comments than feedback. So for us organized organizations, let's actually take it upon ourselves that once we hear information, one, trickle down to others, and two, let's organize ourselves before a consultation like that happens, so that we capacitate each other. Which is why I'm saying the second consultation of the PCC, when it happens in March, let's have a consultation before. Like, let's make it. Let's commit here. Use ACA. Let's commit to setting a date where we can put together and say what is our position, and then when that workshop happens, we can actually provide them with meaningful feedback. Because while we want national government and local government to meaningfully engage us, we must provide meaningful feedback to them as well. We can't always request; we must also provide as well. Yeah, that was my feedback.
Thanks, Bengi.
I have another call to action.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you can go.
Okay. We said something earlier about, like, we see the same faces at every single climate action event. And it was funny, but it was so, like, I don't even know the word. It was like talking to something deeper, because I think a call to action that we need to have is that climate awareness, climate action, climate activism needs to be like plug and play. I'm studying digital arts, the term I like to use. But why do we see the same faces? It's because climate activism is such a difficult space to actually get into. And I mean, you spoke about this with the climate change bill, and like there are legal entities that actually make the bill a lot easier to understand. But it's the fact that why is that not discernible to us already? Why is that so difficult to get past because of the digital divide? Why is it that some are privileged to this information and some aren't? And then those that are privileged to the information are the ones that keep showing up, and we see our same faces. So climate activism, climate action, that whole umbrella, whether it's something that we do ourselves or whether it's something that we can work with other departments to do, but needs to be like plug and play. Like somebody should just be able to get into the space, say what they need to say, and then get out. Somebody else, I think you spoke about like mental health. And if young people are like busy, and that happens all the time, you give opportunities out to not everyone engages every single time because young people have things going on. So by making climate this whole umbrella, just plug and play, like you can get up, you can say what you want to say, come back out. You can comment on this bill, you can come back out. You don't have to necessarily stay in the space the whole time. It would make it a hell of a lot easier to improve engagement, going back to your question.
Okay, all right, solid. I captured you. Yes, we can also capture yourself at a later point.
Cool.
Any other calls to action? So remember, how do we improve engagement of South African youth in national and local climate policy processes?
You can read some of those.
Okay. Okay, I think Ivana has been saving the comments.
This is sentiment as well. I put it that way so that people and then can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what do I need to do, Thingy?
I was saying just read some of the comments once when people gather their thoughts and questions here.
Okay. I think we also need to be okay with the reality that communities won't always align with our proposition. That can't be helped. I think I'm scrolling too quickly. And in such instances, we have to shoulder the responsibility.
The sheet 3, those are the results from the matrix. Those are the
Okay.
actual calls to action.
Sure, solid. Okay. Because I'm really struggling to read this.
Yeah. So just read the mental ones.
Okay.
Yeah. So sorry, guys. We have like some people on site who are coming to try to fix the generator, which means things are going to drop off here. And so I think in the interest of time, let's forgo reading these out loud. But again, this will all be available to all of you. So if you're interested, please go have a look.
Yeah. But there was a comment here.
Okay.
But yeah.
I hope you all heard that we sort of have to close because remember the reason why we started late, we lost power. So the people are coming back to fix it, which means we will have no power.
But yeah, please.
Yes, comments, Suzanne?
No, so I think there's the just transition or the climate change space in the policy and business space is moving too fast, right? So, but a lot of people on the ground don't know what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And so, for that, I think we're gonna need more time, and I think it comes back to what Femi was saying when she says that, for example, we need to capacity ourselves to contribute meaningfully to some of this engagement, but we're gonna need more time to do that. So we need more time, and it also comes back to me. I come from the research space, so most of the stuff that I write are too technical, right? And I'm finding it hard to try to decode some of the concepts so that the ordinary person can understand it. For example, we can talk about stuff like mitigation and adaptation, but people don't understand what those concepts are. Right? So the format and the way we communicate climate change and just transition, right, needs to be featured in the climate change space, and of course language is very important, right? So people understand the language they speak, their mother tongue. Like we always speak English and the likes, and some of the indigenous languages are just put aside in the climate change consultations. Right? So and that limits other people to actually meaningfully contribute to that. So I think in summary, what I'm trying to say is that we need more time, and the format of our our communication, the climate change stuff, needs to be, let's not just, share information for the sake of sharing, right? So we have to share it because we know that someone else is going to be able to read and, digest that information, right? And overall, it comes back to the place of the just transition. I'm not the first one who says this. Labour has been saying that the just transition of climate change in South Africa is being moving at a faster rate, right? So, and I know in the research space, there's a lot of research done on climate change, just transition, just energy transition, but people don't actually know what's actually happening. So in order for us to bridge that gap, let's lower the pace, and that means that we need more time in terms of capacitating the youth basically to contribute meaningfully to climate change or just transition.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think a good way to bridge that gap, right? I feel like researchers almost operate in an exclusively research space, right? So maybe if you work more with CSOs to sort of make your work to translate your work to the layman, really. Because I think very often CSOs are working with people on the ground, right? And in order to do that, we actually need to be in a position to know what JETP is in order to tell someone in a community-based organization what JETP is. So maybe, again, we just need to be linking our work together. Because I know that for researchers, what is simple language is really not the average person's simple language. Yeah. So like your explanation of JETP is probably way too complex for like a high school learner. Yeah. But there are people who are experienced in doing that sort of work. We just need to link the dots. Yeah.
Just a short comment.
Okay.
Just to add on what we're saying, I think just translating written content in the climate change space into other official languages. Not just limited to English, and that's that. It's course, all of that needs to be included to make sure that everybody is understanding the information in their language, like you said, then they're most likely to engage with it.
Yeah. Guys, I think that unfortunately has to bring us to the end of today. Hello, online people. We know you're still here. Thank you so much for also bearing with us for all the technical difficulties. I think this was an incredibly engaging and successful workshop. I think we all really stuck to our rules of engagement. And thank you everyone for doing that. I think we did something special here today. In terms of our next steps, yeah, it's gonna take me and Mo some time to get all of this together to send you, but we will. Please just have some patience with us. But yeah, we will get all of this to you, and then I think the next step for me and Mo is to get to the drawing board and think about how we can pull this together. And then share it with you, and come up with the next step from there. And thank you so much to Mo. I think she was the real driving force behind this event. Yeah, I think we can call it a success.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, goodbye, online people. We're leaving you now. Thank you so much.